Good morning, everybody. It's just past 9 o'clock, so thank you for all of you for making the effort to get up and be here on time. As I said yesterday, our Australian colleagues are staying up beyond working hours, 8 p.m. their time. They have, because we didn't want to take any chances with the technology, they've done a pre-recorded version of their talk, so I'm going to introduce them now. We'll play the recording. They are here live. I'm not sure if they can hear us, but they're here live. And when we finish the recording, we'll have questions with roving mics, which they will be able to hear, and then they can respond on Zoom. So just to introduce our speakers, Zara Ahmed is the Sustainability and Accessibility Projects Coordinator at the Australian Museum, and she's been leading their Sustainability Action Plan and their Accessibility and Inclusion Action Plan. And Jenny Newell is Manager of Climate Change Projects at the Australian Museum and has a long track record, actually, of engagement, particularly in the museum sector, with climate change issues. And we wanted to hear from colleagues at the Australian Museum because it seemed, at least from a distance, hearing about what they're doing, that they are really one of the leaders in this sector. So we'll now play the recording of their presentation on climate change action at the Australian Museum. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Zara Ahmed, and I'm the Sustainability and Access Projects Coordinator at the Australian Museum.
And I'm Jenny Newell, the Curator of Climate Change at the Australian Museum. And we're really happy to be able to talk to you today about taking action on climate change and sustainability. So one of the things I'd like to say before we start is that the Australian Museum is on Gadigal country. It's the land of the Gadigal, and we pay our respects to elders past, present, and those coming forward. This always has been and always will be Aboriginal land. We also send our respects to Indigenous people participating in the conference today. I also offer my gratitude to the First Nations stewards of this land and their generous sharing of knowledge, their deep time knowledge about how to care for the country. The Australian Museum is really committed to advancing the recognition that this responsibility for stewardship is what we all need to learn. Zara and I also send you all thanks because we're guessing, seeing as you're tuning into this talk, that you're interested in exploring ways to reach museum audiences on climate solutions and on how to make our operations more sustainable and ramp up on collective action to create a more livable world now and into the future. So we're all on the same page. And we offer up what we are doing at the Australian Museum as a case study, as just a set of ideas, and we're looking forward to discussing them with you in the.
So sustainability is very much at the centre of everything that the AM does. We have 21.9 million objects, and caring for these and preserving them for current and future generations is exactly what we're all about. So this exquisite collection and caring for it is really the centre of what we do and what we're going to be talking about.
So the Australian has a new mission, which is to ignite wonder, inspire debate, and drive change. And we have this wonderful new vision, which is something we're really proud of. It's to be a leading voice for the richness of life, the earth, and culture in Australia and the Pacific. And we commit to transform the conversation around climate change, the environment and wildlife conservation, as well as being a strong advocate for First Nations culture. And of course, the museum wants to continue to develop world-leading science, collections, exhibitions, and education programs. So our climate change program is developing. It's already quite well established. We've been working for a few years now on making sure that we're reaching people, not only the people who come to the museum, but also beyond the museum's walls with offers online and resources that people can explore themselves online, and also exhibitions and programs and education offers. So we're developing a new centre. In fact, we're wanting to really focus in on climate solutions. So while of course we understand it's important for people to understand climate change, we also really want to make sure that we're engaging people with climate solutions. And that's because we know through research on climate communications that this is a really powerful way forward, really helping people to feel that they can make a difference on taking action to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. So we're doing this through all the ways that museums do great things. That's gathering and sharing powerful stories. And these stories are local stories. They're from people around Australia and the Pacific who are often taking action on the front line, who are really feeling the impacts of climate change very keenly, and who are able to share those stories once we've provided a platform for them. So we're really wanting to use these powerful stories to help people see how they can reach positive futures through all sorts of solutions, which are technological solutions and community-based solutions and natural solutions. We're aiming to not just reach the ordinary public that comes to the museum, but the people who are perhaps not the sort of people who'd feel comfortable at a museum. These are often people who are more likely to be climate disengaged. So we're really hoping to try and engage the disengaged through our work in the Climate Solutions Centre. We're going to be working with lots of people in collaboration, so researchers and climate communicators and lots of different community groups. We're going to be establishing a digital climate hub and a range of public programs, exhibitions and visiting fellowships. So to give you an example of some of the things we've been doing up till now, we have had a temporary exhibition in our main hall at the museum. This is a solutions-focused exhibition. This is one of the two that we have. And Spark, Australian Innovations Tackling Climate Change, was highlighting 10 key solutions to the climate crisis. These were both time-tested solutions like caring for country and cultural approaches like that and supporting biodiversity. And then also really up to the minute innovations, things to do with technological innovations. The exhibition was only up for a few weeks because it was then shut down thanks to COVID lockdown, but we have been able to put it up online as a virtual tour. We've had over 30,000 visitors since it went online in September. The exhibition highlighted really up-to-the-minute things like Australia's first electric motorbike and clean technology, other types of clean transport, EVs, and also really innovation-led developments around solar technologies like flexible solar films and hydrogen power for domestic use, and things like microalgae and all the incredible things you can do with microalgae, as well as macroalgae, so seaweed farms, all these wonderful things that are happening. And we also highlighted cultural burning as one of the cultural practices that really makes a huge difference to our capacity to care for country and increase drawdown, but also to stop emissions through major fires. Our other climate change exhibition is a permanent one, and that's upstairs at our museum, and it's called Changing Climate. And in this exhibition, we're really focusing on some of the impacts, like really explaining the impacts of climate change in Australia. And then we were talking about different ecosystems, but we also included an urban environment, Sydney, and we had particular people telling their stories about the impacts they're feeling and the kinds of solutions they're enabling. So we have some videos talking to people just tucked around the corner there, and we have other interactives on some of the other walls, but we're really trying to help people see how they can be a part of the solution. In our online exhibition, an online photography exhibition called Capturing Climate Change, we commissioned some photographers and climate activists such as Anna Rose, who you see featured here in the little circle. And we also included, so not just their photographs, but also we opened up the exhibition for members of the public to put up their own images of the impacts of climate change that they're experiencing and also the solutions that they're seeing. So you can see some images there from the bushfires and also the things that people have been seeing as they've travelled around our region. And it was really wonderful to see the kinds of correspondence and the conversations that people were able to have with each other through this exhibition and through the captions that people were writing in the comments. There's lots of different ways, of course, of helping people to think through, to reflect and to share their thoughts about climate change and ways forward. And one of our programs called Oceania Rising was a collaboration with some Western Sydney arts centres where there's a very strong Pacific community, and we were able to provide some great platforms, really exciting platforms for those activists and performers and thinkers to be able to convey their approaches to climate change and their concerns about climate change to a broader audience in Sydney. So we had cultural performances, and we had some video works on display in each of our institutions, and lots of workshops and all sorts of wonderful things going on to really help people to step up on climate action. We're also developing education programs, and these are often beyond the museum. They're things like video conferencing with classrooms. They're also really helping kids to think about ways that they can connect to the natural world and help with animal conservation and other types of conservation. And we've got a wonderful program called Frog ID, which is a citizen science project, which has been going for quite a few years now and is extremely effective. And it's really been helping not only collect excellent data for the herpetologists at the Australian Museum and others, but it's really also been encouraging people to get out of their homes and to go and listen to their landscapes, really listen to the animals in the environment around them, and to start to tune in a bit more and understand what those different components are in their environments. And also through that kind of experience, we hope really step up to caring more and understanding that we'll have the responsibility to help care for these at-risk species. The other ways that people at the museum have been helping in the broader community have been through a network of conservators that some Australian Museum conservators are part of. And one of them is helping, in fact, there's two different groups here listed here on this slide, and they're helping conservators in small museums, galleries and archives to be able to talk to their own communities around them about preparing for disasters and help them to deal with the disasters when they arrive. So there's various how-to guides and packs that people are being helped to prepare. And this really helps after a fire or a flood to ensure that people are able to try and address the care of those objects and conservation of those objects without the conservation teams in these small institutions being completely overwhelmed. I mean, they often have major challenges with dealing with their own collections in those contexts. So there's a lot going on, and we also make sure that we've got information on our website that people can find quite easily. So when a student is looking for information about climate change, there's a lot of really key standard questions that people tend to type in. And so we've made sure that our website is designed to really clue into those and to provide really quick answers to some of those questions. We also provide a lot of information about climate change solutions. You can really drill down into each of these areas and find out quite a lot about each of those different types of solutions that are particularly Australian developments. And we also include stories from people on the front line and really encouraging stories that people can tap into. So that's enough from me, and over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Jenny. So I have the incredibly fun job of running the sustainability strategy as well as access and inclusion. And so myself and my manager wrote this plan, and I have to admit our next one is much more exciting. It's going to be sustainability and climate change action plan that Jenny and I have both written. And essentially my job is to take something important like sustainability and to embed it into every single department. So it's not an add-on at the end, it's part of every process and embedded in everyone's business as usual. Please do check out our sustainability action plan. It's on our website. And one of the things I'm most proud about it is that it's very transparent. You can actually look up and see the exact actions, what it is, who's doing it, and the time frame that they're going to do it in. And this plan was very successful. Around 80 to 90% of all the actions were implemented, which was really great. So the Australian Museum is the first museum in Australia to achieve carbon neutral status under the federal government certification, which is called Climate Active. And this is really exciting, right? Because it's a heritage site. And I think it runs as this beautiful metaphor for how do we ourselves pivot to the change and adapt? And so I think this is a really exciting thing to talk about within the position of cultural institutions and within heritage. So how did we become carbon neutral? I'm going to break it down into some really simple steps. So next slide, please, Jenny. The first is you can't manage something unless you've measured it. So we did a carbon footprint. This is actually our carbon footprint from 2016 to 17. And you can see exactly where our emissions come from. So our total carbon footprint is 5,300 tonnes, and you can see the bulk of the usage is from utilities. Now, this would be pretty similar for most cultural institutions, and the reason why is we have these beautiful lights that light up our galleries, and we also have to use quite a bit of air conditioning to keep our collections at the correct temperature and humidity control. One of the key things about doing a carbon footprint and seeing where your emissions come from means that you can prioritise projects and you know where you can continue to reduce your emissions. And obviously the aim is to be net zero. I'll just break down the difference between the two. Net zero is having no emissions at all, and you wouldn't need to do any offsetting. Carbon neutral, you will at the moment, we will always have some emissions that we will need to offset. So next slide, please. So how did we reduce our emissions? I'm going to mention a bit of an old project, but it's a good one, which is in 2013, we did a chiller upgrade, which is our HVAC, so heating, ventilation, air conditioning. In tandem with this, our manager of conservation at the time trialled temperature shutdowns, basically, air conditioning shutdowns in the collections. So if you think back at that first image I showed you of the beautiful heritage building and the thick sandstone walls, it actually has really good thermal mass and it holds the temperature pretty well. So essentially what he did would basically turn off the air conditioning overnight or on the weekends and allow for certain parameters of temperature and humidity drift. The combination of those two projects together reduced the energy use by 23%. We also have Crystal Hall, which is the new entry to the AM, which is designed as carbon neutral, and I'll speak about that in a moment. All of our front of house lights are LED, and the bulk of our back of house lights are also LED. Next slide, please. So in addition to energy use, it's also very important to look at waste. And this is one of my favourite projects. So we developed a waste from refurbishment strategy that aligned to Green Star, which I'll talk about as well in a moment. Now we had some large building works happen and we reopened to the public in 2020 and we were closed for about 18 months and it was a $58 million rebuild. Basically, it wasn't a new building, it was actually just an expansion of floor space so that we could hold large international shows. So we included this in the tender and I've actually shared one of the monthly reports so you can see exactly what was recycled and it was pretty much every single thing except for anything that was hazardous such as asbestos that can't be. And consequently that project, 94% of all construction waste was diverted from landfill. Next slide please. In terms of our internal waste management, we have a numerous amount of standard waste streams. In addition to that, we do special collections of fluorescent lights, batteries, scrap metals, e-waste, styrofoam, soft plastic. We've also worked with our on-site cafe and restaurant. So our cafe uses 100% compostable packaging in everything that they use. And we also have organics in our front of house waste streams. Next slide, please. So I talked about the steps to becoming carbon neutral. So the first is to measure, the second is to reduce as much as possible. And one of the biggest projects, if you remember that 60 to 70% of our emissions was from utilities, is purchasing renewable energy, which we're currently in the process of. And then the last part is to offset your remaining emissions. And I actually think this is a wonderful opportunity and it dovetails beautiful with Jenny's projects in terms of educating the public that it isn't just about transitioning to net zero. It is also about drawing down the excessive amounts of carbon that are already in the atmosphere. So we partnered with projects that aligned to our vision. And the one that I'm most enthusiastic about is the Aboriginal Carbon Foundation, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The second is Green Fleet. So this is a regenerative project, but it has really beautiful co-benefits in that they plant trees in an area where there's endangered turtles that are getting confused by the city lights and heading into the city from the ocean. And so they've planted a curtain of trees so that the turtles will lay their eggs and then go back out into the ocean. So really beautiful co-benefits. And then it's really important to get behind clean energy. And so we've supported clean energy projects overseas. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the Aboriginal Carbon Foundation. I did just want to highlight this because Australia, as I'm sure you've seen from the news, has very bad extreme weather events, one of which is mega fires. And I particularly love this project because it's such a brilliant way of mitigating these fires from happening. So as you can see from this photo, it's done in the cooler months and it's a slow, low burn. This is actually verified by satellites going over every 6 minutes, capturing the amount of emissions released from the fires. And it's drastic. The difference between this and a wild mega fire like we've been having is really significant. So these projects are just so exciting and everybody needs to hear about them. Next slide, please. So talking about being a museum, we are part of tourism. We also are part of a bigger picture in terms of New South Wales, City of Sydney and Australia. And so we're a founding member of Sustainable Destinations Partnership, which is headed up through the City of Sydney. Now, the City of Sydney has some very ambitious targets in terms of waste reduction. So they've got a target for 2030 of 70% reductions in emissions of CO2 and 90% diversion of waste from landfill. So we've partnered with them and we work with all the major restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues. And the part that I find most exciting about this is we get to take topics that we might not be pretty pleased about, like waste management, and we actually get to drive market solutions that we want to see. So collectively, we've all influenced greater uptake of renewable energy, better outcomes around waste management, banning single-use plastic and all switching to compostable packaging. So some really great outcomes. And as Jenny Newell often says, and I really love this phrase, we are stronger together. Next slide, please. A critical part of the museum is collections care and conservation. So our team has looked at sustainable archival materials and tried to reduce whatever they can that isn't recyclable. Looking for ways to deal with polyethylene foam cutoffs. They also recycle all of their gloves. And future projects they're looking at are further relaxing around temperature controls and humidity controls. Next slide, please. So these are the sustainability pages on the website. And again, our action plan is up here, as I mentioned. It has all of our targets and what we've delivered. Next slide, please. And this part I find really exciting is talking about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And the reason why is often so many people feel overwhelmed with climate change and don't realise that the solutions already exist, which is what I love about the work that Jenny does. And even further than that, there is a roadmap, a to-do list for the world to build a sustainable 2030 for everybody. So the museum, Jenny and I undertook a mapping process where we looked at all of the museum's key strategic projects and we mapped them against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we came up with our hero targets, of which we're contributing towards. And we're going to continue to further this work and highlight the fact that there is this wonderful to-do list for the world to collectively work towards a sustainable 2030. Next slide, please. So talking about other organisations that we look towards for leadership and working collaboratively across cultural institutions, we definitely look to the Opera House. The Opera House is carbon neutral. They've also got a Green Star rating, which is the equivalent of BREEAM in the UK and LEEDs in the US. And this is really international best practice when you talk about museums or cultural institutions and how you manage your site. And again, it's embedded across the whole of the organisation in every aspect of the business. In addition to this, Jenny chairs and set up SECA, which is Sydney Cultural Institutions for Climate Action. And this started as a very informal group where we would meet up and have coffee and swap notes and encourage each other. And we've become very organised and we now run workshops and talks about how to develop sustainable exhibitions, sustainable procurement, partnerships, things that you should be looking out for. And it's just really exciting and really brilliant when we work together, how much quicker we're able to progress towards these incredibly important goals. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I did spruik our next action plan and how exciting it's going to be out in a couple of months. And there's some really fantastic ambitions and goals that it's working towards. So Jenny's work around climate change and shifting the needle on people's understanding of climate change is, I think, without a doubt, the most exciting bit. sustainable exhibitions framework. So we're currently in the process of developing this. And if you have anything that you would like to share, I'd love to know about it. Purchasing renewable energy, which I mentioned, will drastically reduce our carbon emissions. Switching our fleet to electric, undertaking a Green Star rating for 2024, furthering our work in sustainable procurement and our collections care and conservation. So planning for climate risk and disaster risk reduction. And this, a big part of this is adaptation. So for example, at the moment, while Jenny and I are recording this talk, there's currently terrible flooding in Brisbane and Queensland. And there's parts where they have 14 metres of water, which is just kind of unbelievable, really. But extreme weather events are increasing. And so it's very important that as museums, we look at what are the risks to our organisations and that we adapt and we pivot before we get caught out. So yeah, so it's going to be very exciting in terms of the next plan. And that's it from me. So thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for your time.
Thanks very much, everyone. We look forward to chatting to you in question time. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Jenny. I hope you can hear us.
We can.
Great. Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for such a great summation of a really holistic approach to tackling the climate and biodiversity crisis. Really inspiring. We've got a few minutes for questions in the room now. So, in the usual way, put your hand up. We've got some roving mics if you have any questions. In the usual way, I have a chair's question prepared. Can you just say a little bit, I think your main diagrams, Sarah, were about scope 1 and 2 emissions. Can you say anything about scope 3 emissions and tackling those and, you know, visitor travel and all those? Because there's some estimates that for many cultural organisations, that's about 50% of emissions. What's your strategy
so
there?
Actually, our carbon footprint includes scope 3. So that includes our on-site cafe and restaurant. And in terms of being part of tourism, we're sort of working on that collectively with the City of Sydney and the Sustainable Destinations Partnership. So that's absolutely on our radar in terms of people. The bulk of our visitors come from overseas as well as interstate. So making sure that we address that more broadly in terms of our messaging and how we participate collaboratively, both within local council as well as state government and federally.
Yes, question just here.
Thanks very much for that. I noticed that your motto for the museum includes the words "drive change," which I thought was really powerful, and I'll talk about that later today, maybe. But I was wondering whether you've managed to assess how much change you've driven through this work, which I know is a really terrible question, and I sound like a funder, but I'm not. It's a question that troubles us in our organisation in Scotland, where I work.
Thanks. Maybe I'll jump in first, but Sarah can certainly speak to that as well. We are currently doing some baselining surveys through the Australian general public, so sort of large surveys that we're working with a research company to administer, and that will give us a sense of people's current perceptions about, well, first of all, about climate change, but also about whether they think that the museum should be doing something about climate change, whether they would like to hear about issues to do with climate change and climate solutions from the Australian Museum, and another range of questions around these kinds of issues, as well as doing just general climate attitude questioning. So once we've received that baselining, then we'll be able to track much more effectively as we do subsequent surveys, possibly annually, also smaller surveys that go out to our members. But yes, at the moment, all we can say is that we're reaching a certain number of people through social media, so over 1 million people last year. We're reaching this many people through our exhibitions, but as yet we haven't done the tracking. We haven't had the resources, and you know, it's expensive, as I suppose you would all know. So it is hard actually to be able to track change until we've done that kind of baselining and until we do the subsequent surveys. But Sarah would also be able to speak to change because she's got lots of measuring going on all the time.
I love that question. Thank you. I think it's an absolutely brilliant question and really relevant. So firstly, when Jenny and I have presented in the past, we've actually had CEOs come up to us and go, fantastic, we want to organise for our museum, our art gallery to be carbon neutral in the next year. Can you meet with us and step us through the process? So it does have a really direct impact in terms of that. And one of the things that I love about cultural institutions is they can be fabulously competitive. So it is really important. And I always reference the Opera House. Anytime I'm doing a talk internally, I always talk about what the Opera House is doing or what Taronga Zoo's doing in Sydney, because they've been doing this work for about 8 years, more than the museum had. In addition to that, I would say collaborating with other cultural institutions is something that we've already done. And one of the things that I've pushed really hard for in our plan is to be as transparent as possible. And when people do reach out, I'm actually allowed to share the plans that I've developed around waste management, around procurement, and I do. And the reason why is this work shouldn't be hard. It should be simple and we should all be doing it. And it's so important. We should all be working collectively on it as quickly as possible. So there's been a lot of that in terms of working with other cultural institutions, sharing information, and then being able to then implement things really quickly. If you do check out our Sustainability Action Plan, you can scale that to a small regional gallery that's run by volunteers. It doesn't have to be the large cultural institutions that are doing this work. It really should be adaptable and applicable to everyone. One of the other key things about sustainability is I have found that cultural institutions are very hesitant to talk about climate change unless they're delivering on sustainability. And so I like to be able to talk about some simple things that can be implemented that show that you're authentic about delivering on this journey. And then it leads to the really exciting bit, which is what Jenny does, which is communicating on climate change. We have this incredible responsibility and opportunity to really shift the public's understanding around climate change and sustainability. And I will argue any day of the week that it's not hard. It really isn't. The solutions exist. It's about adapting them. In regards to some other measurable targets, I mentioned we partner with the City of Sydney. The Australian Museum is actually not federally run, it's state. So we also try and push for a lot of mandated. So in New South Wales government, we have a lot of mandated contracts that we have to be on. And so we make a lot of noise. We're the first out of the gate to push for 100% renewable energy at a good cost. And if not, then we want to exit those contracts and we want to go out to tender and do it ourselves. So in terms of measurable targets, we are having a great roll-on effect in terms of pushing for better outcomes, both within the city and the state. And I'd like to think more broadly as well. And then again, just in terms of, obviously being carbon neutral, there's measurable deliverables around that as well, and around energy reductions, which is one of the things I love about my projects, is that I do get to be able to go, I've reduced energy use by this amount or emissions by this amount. But I think the biggest and most important area is really the influence that we have on other cultural institutions to do this work, because climate change is happening. There's a lot coming down the pipeline. It's already happening. I'm sure you've seen the news in Australia. Jenny and I are in a very flooded city at the moment, which is really quite scary. And the public aren't really well educated on it or prepared. And cultural institutions can potentially play a really, really significant role in that.
Okay, many thanks. We'll have to leave it there, I'm afraid, in terms of questions, because we've got our next session coming up. But just wanted to thank you again, Sarah and Jenny, very much for being with us, giving up part of your evening. So let's please thank them in the usual way. Thank you. We'll let you get back to your evening in Sydney. Thanks very much indeed. Bye-bye. Okay, well, that worked very well, didn't it? Great. So we'll move on to our keynote for this morning, which involves colleagues from the Gallery Climate Coalition. Two speakers, Heath Lowndes, who's Managing Director of the Gallery Climate Coalition, who's been enrolled since its launch in October 2020, and also Greg Hilty, who's a trustee of GCC. In his day job, he's Curatorial Director at Listen Galleries. which he joined in 2008 after a varied career as an independent curator and various directorial positions in arts institutions. They're going to be talking about a cross-sector strategy for climate action.
Yeah. Excuse me. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you so much to Nick and the NMDC for inviting us to speak. Firstly, I am going to give you an overview of the coalition, our work, our targets, and our strategy. And then I'll hand over to Greg, who will speak specifically about the need for alignment on climate action. But to start, what is GCC? We are an international charity and membership organisation providing sustainability guidelines for the art world. Our primary goal is to facilitate a reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions by a minimum of 50% by 2030. We aim to achieve this decarbonisation through collaboration, innovation, and by aligning an international network with standardised and actionable guidelines. It's completely free to become a member, and organisations of all type are welcome. The coalition was formed in early 2020 when a group of London-based gallery workers and art sector professionals came together to discuss the climate impacts of the art world and the lack of relevant information or support for those who wanted to take action but did not know how. We were well aware that public institutions had been actively engaged in sustainability projects for many years and that some organisations had already taken great steps to reduce their impacts. And it was really inspiring to hear about some of these projects yesterday. But there was a complete lack of equivalent initiatives for commercial galleries. Through the first COVID lockdown, this team conducted research and carbon audits that led to the creation of a custom-built carbon calculator tool specifically designed for the visual arts sector, as well as a toolkit offering best practice guidelines on a range of relevant topics. By the time the website launched in October 2020, it was clear, however, that there was significant interest in the coalition's resources from organisations far beyond London's commercial galleries. So in response to demand, we broadened our scope to become an international cross-sector coalition. And in addition to galleries, our members now include artists, museums, non-profits, art fairs, shippers, auction houses, and many other types of related businesses. We are committed to building bridges between all elements of the sector and supply chain, so that we're all speaking the same ecological language and working together as we transition to low-impact operations. When these members join, they commit to supporting our targets, our 2030 targets, primarily a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions across the sector, as well as working towards zero-waste operations. These targets are based on the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the advice set out in the Paris Agreement. It is worth noting that GCC does not set net zero or 2050 targets, as we feel this does not do enough to address the issues in an urgent manner. And this is for several key reasons, some of which we touched on yesterday. But firstly, there is no one consistent definition of net zero. It means different things to different people, organisations, and governments. And that lack of clarity leaves it open to being misused. Secondly, net zero fundamentally relies on offsetting, or as yet unproven technologies, and this strategy is riddled with issues and could potentially lead to more harm than good. Finally, 2050 or even 2040 is just a very long time away, and the climate crisis is here today. Such a distant target allows for procrastination when urgent action is required. So for these reasons, and after consultation with independent experts, we decided to set near-term, action-based targets that focus on tangibly reducing emissions. If you do have a net zero target in place, we would encourage you to consider setting an interim 2030 target as well, as ultimately a 50% emissions reduction by 2030 would be conducive to net zero, but would encourage much quicker behaviour change and front-end the necessary carbon reductions. GCC actively works towards these targets through three main pillars of operations. Our main focus is on providing sector-specific decarbonisation and sustainability guidance. All our tools and resources are produced in collaboration with a network of volunteers and environmental advisors. We have produced practical resources on topics such as shipping, travel, energy, packaging and circularity, as well as a comprehensive step-by-step decarbonisation action plan, which is adaptable for organisations of all shapes and sizes. This year we will expand on this list to include guidelines on exhibition production, printing and publishing, finance and banking, as well as artist production and materials. In addition to this, we have the carbon calculator, which, as mentioned, has been designed specifically for the visual arts sector. It provides users with the means to measure and monitor the emissions through annual or project-based reporting, but can also be used for quick comparative estimates to help inform decision-making. The tool is easy to use and can quickly provide valuable data on the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions. The insight and subsequent action pathway that emissions reporting offers is a crucial step to making effective change. I think that emissions reporting like this will eventually become as commonplace as tax returns and is already increasingly linked to funding requirements. So we aim to help members get ahead of the curve and feel confident about the process. As you can see, some of our members have volunteered their data to be publicly accessible, for which we are very grateful. The data submitted through our carbon calculator is protected and anonymized, but we strongly encourage members to publish their results through our website in order to help us track progress and also to refine our tools. But perhaps most importantly, this transparency normalizes the process and sets a tone of openness and collegiality. We have found that the vast majority of emissions for arts organizations are associated with just three activities: international freight, business flights, and grid energy consumption. Essentially moving people, objects, and powering buildings. Knowing that these are the three main carbon culprits helps us focus attention on tackling these specific areas. But not all environmentally damaging activities are represented in emissions estimates. For example, waste, recycling, printing, and packaging all have relatively low associated carbon, but each have their own complex environmental impacts that must be addressed outside of carbon reporting. Different types of organizations will, of course, have different activities and therefore emission sources. A public institution will have a very different proportion of those three main areas compared to a commercial gallery, as shown here with Nottingham Contemporary. Typically, an institution will have a greater proportion of emissions from energy use, largely associated with heating and cooling systems. Understanding data like this allows organizations to build custom decarbonisation action plans and helps GCC adapt its guidance for different members' needs. The tool doesn't currently allow for measuring visitor travel, but we hope to include this feature in a future update. The second pillar of operations is lobbying. With more than 700 members, GCC already has significant lobbying potential, which we will use tactically to drive greater change across the industry. In the last year, we have successfully lobbied leading fine art insurers to adapt their policies, allowing for greater use of non-air freight methods. This is a significant step towards reducing the dependence on air freight and the enormous emissions that come with it. In the coming months, we will be building on this and launching a sustainable shipping campaign, which will call for a coordinated effort throughout the supply chain to make changes to shipping practices in line with our targets. In the future, we plan to launch similar campaigns to tackle the issues around packing materials, as well as the restrictions on HVAC systems in art storage facilities, which, as you will know, have huge associated carbon as well as financial costs, and depending on the artwork, are not always necessary for conservation. The third pillar relates to fundraising for frontline climate action. We want to use the influence of the culture sector to support the work of frontline environmental initiatives that are keeping fossil fuels in the ground and carbon out of the atmosphere, protecting natural environments, their biodiversity and their human inhabitants, and are effectively doing this within the 2030 timeline. Through the Strategic Climate Fund programme that we have created, GCC raises awareness and funds from within the art market to support carefully selected organisations such as Solar Aid, Art to Acres, the Agroecology Fund, the Forest Peoples Programme, and Client Earth. Through a partnership with Christie's in an ongoing auction series, we have raised over £5 million for Client Earth through sales of works generously donated by artists such as Cecily Brown, Rashid Johnson, and most recently Anthony Gormley. If you're not familiar with Client Earth, they are an incredible charity and law firm that challenges industries, corporations, and governments that are involved in the most polluting and damaging activities. They've had some amazing successes, and pound for pound, we believe a donation to them is the best way an individual can fight the climate crisis with their wallet. GCC has a very small team, currently only 2 full-time staff, to work across these operations. As a result, we rely entirely on collaborations and partnerships to develop and deliver these projects. Our volunteer committees are responsible for conducting research and establishing best practice for these topics. The information they produce is verified by our advisors and made available to members through our website and events program. Volunteers are generally employed by a registered member. They contribute their time, typically about 4 hours a month, within office hours, and we consider this to be a donation to the charity from their employer. It is through this volunteer community that GCC is able to operate as a sector-led coalition, pooling resources and experience from within the professional field. Being part of a coalition is an empowering way to contribute to positive change and overcome the paralysis of climate anxiety, which too often leads to inaction. Volunteering also creates a culture of climate consciousness and environmental responsibility within organisations. If this is of interest to you, I would invite you to register as a GCC member, support our campaigns, and consider contributing staff time to our volunteer network. I will now hand over to Greg, who will continue on this theme of collective action.
Thank you very much, Heath, and hello, everybody. Heath has focused on telling the GCC's story, what we are, how we got here, what we've done, what we can offer. And what I'd like to do now is to focus on how we're set up to work in the most collaborative, the widest way possible. This slide shows the current status of our volunteer teams, now, as you can see, international, starting from our base in London. I'll come back to it, but what I really want to do at the beginning and repeatedly is to emphasize the interconnectedness, both of the challenges we face and the ways that we can address those challenges within our own sector and as a microcosm of our wider world. I know that climate leadership is a key theme of today's discussions, and certainly leadership is essential if we're going to meet the urgent challenges that are facing us. But I want to stress that, honestly, never before in my career have I seen the need for and the strong evidence of a widely dispersed and reciprocal kind of leadership, horizontally spread across sectors and subsectors, across geographies and generations, and vertically distributed within the departmental and management hierarchies of companies and institutions. And so I'd like to evidence that distributed leadership in what we in the Gallery Climate Coalition have encountered in the 2 years since we came together as a group. And I really want to stress that the breadth of support that we've seen, that Heath talked about since our launch, is the whole point. we'll only be effective in our goals to decarbonise the visual arts sector and to promote zero waste practices if everybody buys in and does what they can because they want to. I trust we're all here because we feel we must be, because we sense an absolute moral imperative to live more sustainably. We're here because we know that while global structural change is essential, every organisation and business in every sector in every country needs to play its part. We're here not through altruism, but because we know that the futures of our organisations, our businesses, not to mention our families, our communities and our nations depend on serious and urgent changes in our behaviours towards the environment. And not just in terms of avoiding the worst disaster scenarios. As practices across industries become more climate aware, old behaviours will simply disappear or become unviable owing to price or preference. And above all, as we've seen already today and through this conference, we're here because we know that there are practical things that we, each of us in our own ways, can do now to achieve the minimum goals of the Paris Agreement, but only if we work together in ways that, let's face it, are unusual in a self-centred and competitive culture. And there's a particular leadership responsibility for our sector. I know that you'll be conscious, as we at GCC have been, that since art and culture have an outsized impact on public consciousness, the structures that support them need to have integrity and ambition in how they approach the climate emergency. Heath started his presentation with a picture of our initiative's founding members, and he's very right to do that, as the group put in a huge amount of work prior to launch and has continued to work tirelessly. As one of currently 5 trustees, I'm extremely proud of what we've achieved. I've got to say, though, that we're also highly aware of our limitations, which a short crit of that photo might easily show. We started as a group of Londoners, mainly of a certain age, and mainly, as we openly stated, from the commercial world. Knowing our limitations, we do what we can. But also within that group are glimpses of wider connections and of where that initiative can take us. Louisa Buck and Daisy Garnett are both art writers who helped articulate the narratives around the visual arts world engaging with the climate emergency, along with PR agent Richard Scott. Louisa also ensured that the art newspaper gave and continues to give ample space to regular and nuanced discussion of the issues. Information, debate, and multiple perspectives are essential. Matthew Slotover and Victoria Siddle from Freeze were also founding members, and Freeze has taken coherent action to make its operations more sustainable for at least a decade, so they brought experience and expertise to our group. Peter Chater from Art Logic gave his invaluable expertise and time to create the carbon calculator that Heath's talked about, advised by environmental specialist Danny Chivers. And above all, and I really mean above all, the gallery owners and directors pictured brought more junior members of their companies, also pictured, into fully fledged roles within the GCC from the start. The commitment, energy, and intelligence of younger generations are crucial to making the right things happen. Within my own gallery, Listen Gallery, I've been amazed, but frankly not surprised, at how our green team, drawn from across geographies, generations, departments, and pay grades, has rapidly taken the initiative to get things done. What's not evident in the picture that we started with are the multiple specific influences that helped gather us there in the first place. We had the example not only of Freeze, but of Julie's Bicycle, Culture Commits, Cape Farewell, and many other artist and institutional-focused climate initiatives to show us paths to action. And I particularly want to recognise the leadership that Tate brought to this whole issue, notably Maria Balshaw, and particularly Frances Morris, through her work both at Tate and CMAM. Frances was particularly encouraging to the commercial sector precisely to take its own initiatives, knowing as she did that all parts of the visual art ecology need to work together if real change is going to happen. In taking up the challenge to galvanise and support our immediate constituency of commercial galleries, the Gallery Climate Coalition has always known that we were just one part of the picture, and so we've worked to ensure that our resources and our activities are available and useful to artists, institutions, and the wider art sector. And it's encouraging that our membership includes many people from this wider sector. Perhaps one of our strengths has been to be very practical, which we could be, as the intellectual and emotional foundations had already been put in place by others. So our focus was twofold: one, starkly simple, and the other, expansive and open. The simple one was to focus our aims on reducing carbon emissions created by our members by 50% by 2030, in line with the Paris Agreement. We felt that by sharing a single, achievable, widely agreed goal, we'd be more likely to get the necessary buy-in. and that's proved to be the case. The second ambition was to create a platform that could be broadly owned and distributed and acted upon by as many people as possible. And we've been excited to see how far this has been achieved, how many people continue to join us and to use the resources we generate, as we'd always hoped, for their own purposes. Starting as an initiative by commercial galleries in London, we've attracted or found alignment with a much wider community of artists, non-profits, and other campaigning and networking groups. So this slide, that you've been looking at for a while, shows how just in a year, volunteer groups have sprung up spontaneously in Berlin, Los Angeles, and several cities together in Italy. These groups are self-organizing. They're drawing on the resources that the global GCC can offer, while of course adding their own and adapting their actions to their local conditions and needs, which is critical. We're highly conscious also that the needs and issues faced by people in the global north are in many ways different from those in the global south. So it's particularly encouraging that we have discussions with groups taking place in key sectors and key cultural centers, rather, like Sao Paulo and Mexico City. So this slide shows a slightly different but equally important kind of relationship. And it's a good example of the dispersed but collaborative leadership that I mentioned at the beginning. These are art-focused climate emergency organizations from different parts of the world. There are overlaps between what they and we at GCC do, and also considerable differences of focus, culture, and organizational structure. So just to describe a few of them, Galleries Commit is a New York alliance of galleries, so rather similar to us, but also it has a different organizational structure, and so we remain independent but closely in touch. Art for Acres is an amazing initiative which uses the proceeds of works donated for sale by artists to buy carefully chosen plots of land around the world to maintain biodiversity. It has very different objectives from ours, but they're complementary, and its founder, Hayley Mellon, who's also an artist, is an active member of the GCC's Los Angeles volunteer group. Key Culture, based in Amsterdam, looks at practical solutions for the cultural sector with a focus on conservation, and its focus is also on producing practical books. So recognizing our confluences, but also our differences, we decided that rather than spend time on organizational alignment, we've simply agreed to create an ad hoc umbrella group we call PACT that meets regularly and informally. Where we can share and promote new information on best practice, we do. Where we have differing views on priorities, we accept that these will coexist. In this pragmatic and collaborative way, everyone is able to do the best they can as soon as they can. And it isn't just that this is efficient, but that we can all learn from each other as we go. I'm going to close by facing you with this snapshot of the ecology we feel part of. The list is only indicative, big as it is, and even since making it, it's obvious that there are professional subgroups that are missing. The point is that every one of them is essential to any of us achieving our sustainability aims in the midterm future. In different ways, we at the GCC are already engaging with all these groups. We want to do more. So we offer an open invitation to join us if you think we can be helpful. Join us to use the carbon calculator, as others have done, Nottingham Contemporary as a public institution, Annika Yee as an independent artist, and others. Join us to use your own and your own team's insights into the specialist committee's pool of knowledge and information. And above all, join us to tell us what we can do to help you achieve your own ambitions in making your organizations and sector sustainable. We continue to work in partnership with colleagues leading their own initiatives. In particular, we remain in close discussion with Tate and Plus Tate, the Plus Tate network, on how to pool our experience, how to adapt our resources to meet the particular needs of public sector museums and galleries. Julie's Bicycle remains a crucial point of reference and action for us and our members, and we've agreed to share information fully. So I'll end by saying, please do refer to our website. You can access via this QR code, or please speak with Heath and me during the course of the day or after, and let us know what we can do to align our ambitions and actions. I greatly look forward to the rest of today's talks, and thank you again for inviting us. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Heath and Greg there. We do have a few minutes for any questions, if anybody has any, before we have a coffee break. Yes, Simon? You'll have to come up here to answer the questions.
Hi, Hi, I'm Simon from the Museums Association. I just want to ask quickly, and I might be sort of oversimplifying things, so apologies for that, but obviously it's sort of part of the art world. You're sort of dominated by high net worth individuals and powerful auction houses and lots of sort of international travel to art fairs. I just wondered if you could say something about the sort of challenges of working within that kind of context.
Yeah, the big challenge is people and their ingrained behaviours. And, you know, we're not waiting for big technological breakthroughs. We're waiting for people to accept compromise and really essentially redefine what is essential travel. And the biggest obstacle we've hit in all the work that we've done is just changing people's minds, changing behaviours. And there's various ways we can approach that. We can give people the stats, the figures, the evidence, show them why it's bad. But we also have to offer ways around it and solutions. So we're trying to build networks of people, just for one example, based in art hubs, so that if a gallery is sending a team to Hong Kong for an art fair, there might be local people that are approved and know the art community there and confident about selling, which means that they could hire them locally rather than having to send a team member from the UK, which just, you know, it saves one person on a plane on a return journey. So that's one way of doing it. But yeah, we have to accept that people will continue to travel. It's part of the industry. That's okay, as long as we're reducing. And I think we can still reach that 50% reduction by 2030 just by tactically reducing and being more conscious and really defining what is essential travel.
Just very quickly, Paulina Shearing, Government Art Collection, DCMS. When I was looking at Greg's presentation, maybe a distorted picture emerged that public institutions, the major contributor to carbon footprint would be the energy. So we would have to look into energy saving. With commercial galleries, it's travel and shipping. So it will be very interesting to look into your sector as a leaders into tackling the shipping issues and perhaps suggesting some good solutions. In the last few years, we've seen exponential growth in galleries, locations. When I worked in White Cube in 2008, there were only 2 galleries. Now they've got 5. The same with Listen Gallery, House and Worth. So obviously having so many galleries on different continents, it presents a huge challenge. So that will be really interesting to see how you're gonna solve the problem of shipping internationally. Thanks.
The shipping perspective that you particularly mentioned is one that Heath said is a key initiative of ours, and the major change that is likely to happen is the transition from air to sea shipping, if things are going to be shipped. And this is going back to the original question and getting back to what we've also said. We're assuming that life is going to continue and people are going to move around. They need to do so in more sustainable ways. They also do need to do less, and we are doing less. The advantage, I guess, in some ways that we've had and can see is that travel can be changed quickly. So, you know, within our own company, we, you know, from a culture when anything was possible, that I think, you know, the world has lived in through globalization and through the kind of expansion that we've seen in the past decades, and people moved freely around the world because they could. Even if we can, we don't, and we limit the numbers of people who travel to art fairs significantly. So we're already bringing down our impact and our footprint simply by reducing the numbers. In terms of shipping, we do indeed have galleries in different places, and we try to contain and manage and organize our shipping really efficiently. It, of course, has economic benefits as well as climate benefits. And we're also working very much, I guess, getting back to a point where there's a sense of local specificity about the places that we have. Our New York gallery is a New York gallery. Our London gallery is a London gallery. We have a gallery in Shanghai, which is very much a Shanghai gallery, and it's working very much for its particular audience. So people don't, I think we're also culturally getting away from a kind of sense of rather bland equivalence, that works in the public sector too, in terms of biennales and major kind of blockbuster exhibitions that travel everywhere. As part of the climate initiative, you need to have a sense of specificity and what's integral and appropriate to particular places. Sure, we need also to keep speaking to each other, to keep communicating with different cultures. I think that's crucial to our broad cultural health, but to do so in more contained and more manageable ways. That's a bit of a ramble, but I hope that addresses the question that you raised.
Thank you very much. Oh, one quick question. I know coffee is calling, but yes, quick question here.
I'll be really quick. Amanda Gray from Michigan. Throughout the pandemic, we saw a shift to online and digital. Do you think that is a potential solution to the issues we've discussed about in terms of shipping, moving people, etc.? I was thinking about viewing online.
I can say it's certainly helped a lot. It's part of our set of tools of communicating with people, and I think a lot of people complain about the experience of online being much less, intense and real, which is true, and there will always be the need with what we deal with, which is visual art, to be there in front of things. But absolutely, as part of that process of seeing, do you really need to go somewhere, or do you really need to ship something, where you can do it digitally, where you can share digitally, or where you can include a wider audience globally through digital connection with a smaller number of people being physically present, absolutely, that's a key tool in our armory. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, obviously everyone's very fluent with Zoom nowadays, and as Greg highlighted, we have these volunteer groups working around the world, and we're constantly in contact with them in a way that would have been unthinkable 2-3 years ago. So I think that saves a lot of travel just in itself. But I think as we are hopefully all working towards these targets, you have to make some difficult decisions about compromise, but there's benefit for compromise, I think. So I think naturally these things will go hand in hand, and reduction will lead to efficiency.
Okay, thank you very much to Heath and Greg. We'll move on now to coffee break. We're a little bit behind schedule. I think to get back on schedule, if you could have your coffee and be back in the room for 20 past so we can stick back to the schedule. Bear in mind that after the next panel, we have over an hour for discussion in breakout groups, so there'll be plenty of time to talk further. Okay, thanks very much indeed. See you in a few minutes.
The Association of Independent Museums, and here to introduce the Mitigation, Adaptation and Resilience panel. So yesterday we heard about a range of approaches to climate action and reaching net zero carbon, or as some speakers said, just simply zero carbon rather than net zero. And our final keynote yesterday, Carly McLaughlin, talked about the climate conversation is not about taking action now to save our grandchildren from climate change. And as we heard as well this morning from our speakers in Australia who were suffering with floods in Brisbane, climate change is here now. So that is what this session is about. We will hear from 3 panellists about how their organisations are dealing with the impact of climate change that we are currently experiencing and how they are adapting to work within and through climate emergency. So we'll start with Rowan King, who is current Chief Executive of York Museums Trust and will be moving to take up the post of Director of Heritage Properties with the National Trust for Scotland this summer, and Rowan will be sharing how York Museums Trust lives with water in a city that regularly floods. We'll then hear from Justin Mcgurk, Chief Curator at the Design Museum in London, about the recent Waste Age exhibition there. And then from Simon Curtis, joining us from the Manchester Arts Sustainability team, who will be sharing how arts and culture organisations here in Manchester collaborate across the city. We'll then finish with about 15 minutes for questions and discussion, and we'll all come up to form the panel then, before handing over for the next breakout session. Over to you.
Hello. So I want to start by just saying that, this has been a really impressive conference with lots of people doing lots of really good work. And when Nick asked me about speaking about this, I said, well, I can speak about where we are, but I would not make any great claims for us kind of leading the way in any particular sense. But I think what York does show is that we have no choice. Whether we think we're progressing or not, these are issues that are live. And I think that's the big thing that I want people to take away. For a bit of context, York Museums Trust runs 3 venues: York Art Gallery, Yorkshire Museum and York Castle Museum. And Yorkshire Museum and the associated museum gardens are the venues that are most impacted by the River Ouse, which is what I'm mainly going to talk about. But I'll also talk about the Foss, which is the other river in York, and the two of them meet behind York Castle Museum, which I'll just touch on probably as well. And another bit of context, I'm talking about York Museums Trust in terms of our venues, but I'm also talking about Museum Development Yorkshire and the work that they're doing to do adaptation training across Yorkshire. And I just want to do a sort of shout out to Manchester Museum, the Carbon Literacy Project, and Museum Development North West and their Roots and Branches project, which have absolutely informed the work that Museum Development Yorkshire is now doing across Yorkshire. So this phrase, as if trying not to own the earth, perfectly encapsulates, oh, thank you, Nick, perfectly put it down, perfectly encapsulates what we need to do in York and elsewhere in terms of living with flood and rainfall events. So, strangely, given that York exists as a place because of the meeting of the two rivers, York people for centuries have behaved as if we own the earth, or at least the bit of earth that York sits on, and also that we own the rivers. And what we've done with them is we've culverted them, diverted them, ignored them, built on top of them for centuries. And then it's not really a surprise that when they flood, they go back to how they were, because they haven't actually gone away. But I think that one of the things I'd like people to take away from this is that we have to live with the world rather than owning it. And I think, water gives you no choice in that. And the phrase living with water, I first came across as a kind of brand, if you like. It's very much what the Environment Agency started to talk about in 2016 when we were talking to them about the impact and the mitigations that they were going to do in York after the 2015 floods. So some of you might remember that there were news pictures all across the world, actually, about York being underwater in 2015. And in 2016, the Environment Agency came in and had quite a lot of conversations with lots of people about what to do. And they can and are building flood banks and so forth, but they also really wanted to stress they can't keep doing that forever. And so these are views of the flood banks. If we take the picture at the top right first, the building in the top corner of that picture is the 14th century Hospitium building, which is in our museum gardens. It's a building we use mainly for events. And the former flood bank only went behind the Hospitium there to as far along as the next clump of trees. What you're looking at now, where that person is walking, is the extended long curve of a new flood bank that was only put in over this winter. And so I'm hoping that can give you a sense of the higher and higher flood banks that are necessary at the moment. And the Environment Agency raised this, not for us, but because this flood bank stops about three residential streets in York flooding. The other picture, the large one, is the view from a bridge of the Hospitium. And as you can see, the flood bank is doing its job. The trees that are now underwater are usually about 3 meters above the normal river, and certainly there's a concrete bank and a path that's a good couple of meters below those trees. And the bottom picture is standing on the flood bank, looking out across the river. And just note the date, it's the 22nd of February this year that I took these. And that wasn't in the news. And so that's just giving you a sense of this is becoming more normal. And it's really important to recognise that we can't go on assuming that these things aren't going to happen, but also that flood bank really can't get any higher. Because if we raise it any higher, we won't be able to have any natural light at all in the ground floor of that building. And so we've lost a bit of layout in the gardens, and I'll come back to that. I should also say, as you can tell from this picture, that Museum Gardens is an extraordinary garden. It's a botanic garden, but it's also absolutely full of listed buildings, a ruined abbey, which is a scheduled monument, and really important historic artifacts. But actually, river flooding isn't the whole problem. This is just a flood map that just shows an 11% increase in river flood levels. And then going on, I'm being a bit over pushy with this. Going on, longer term, the real trouble for Yorkshire is not just river flooding, but coastal heritage. And you can see the areas in red there that are likely to be suffering from sea level rise. And I think there's a really important comment there from the UK Climate Change Risk Assessment Summary. Heritage organisations and communities may need to accept the loss of some heritage assets. Sorry. There we go. So when Museum Development Yorkshire are talking to organisations about thinking about adaptation, this is the phrase that they use: act like the building is on fire, because it is, or actually more relevantly in York, act like it's underwater, because it really is, and that's another recent photograph. The other tool that sorry about this. The other tool that Museum Development Yorkshire use is the 4 R's framework by Dr. Jen Bendel. So R for resilience, how do we keep what we really want to keep? Relinquishing, what do we need to let go of? What do we need to let go of in order not to make matters worse? Restoration, what can we bring back? And reconciliation, what and with whom can I make peace in order to lessen suffering? And the power of the 4 R's is that it's a zero-based budget approach. It doesn't incrementally take things away, but it asks you to start from a much more radical position. And it forces you to think about the essentials. So if we were to apply the 4 R's just to use a really narrow frame, and I've been very focused just talking about water in York, looking at resilience. So water resilience is partly things like raising the flood bank, but it's also adaptation of buildings and land in other ways. So Historic England have been really interesting in York because they've pointed out that yes, flooding from below is an issue, but actually water ingress from above in a city like York with lots and lots of historic buildings is a bigger issue. So all of the gutters are not able to deal with the levels of rainfall that we're now getting. So what that means for us at York Museums Trust with the Yorkshire Museum is that a perfectly good and sound Victorian roof on the Yorkshire Museum has been suffering water ingress, and it's simply that the falls on the roof are not deep enough, not designed deep enough to absorb the levels of water coming down in summer 2020. So what we're planning to do is redesign the roof so that it can accommodate those levels of water. And so that's a question about, what do we really want to keep? We want to keep the Yorkshire Museum for obvious reasons, and so and the collections and free them from water ingress. So the resilient answer is to sort out that roof. But I think relinquishing is a much harder question. What do we need to let go of in order not to make matters worse? Now, if you cast your minds back, I don't dare use the clicker unnecessarily, but if you cast your minds back to the images of our gardens, we've lost historic layout there. The gardens were laid out in 1830 by Alexander Naismith. It's a very particular design, designed in and around the historic buildings. And that historic layout that was there has had to go in order to make way for the flood bank. And that was absolutely a price worth paying. But that really is just worth thinking about, that in order to save some things, we might have to lose other things. And we certainly were not going to say to the neighbours in the 4 streets that flood, you can't have the flood bank because we want to keep the historic layout of our gardens. Restoration, what can we bring back? So one of the things I'd really like to see us bring back in York is a healthier relationship with the rivers. And we are starting to do that. So we've worked with the council so that we're going to be creating a walkway behind the back of our female prison building at the York Castle Museum, which at the moment is never accessed at all, but the river runs along the back of it. And similarly, we're opening up land that currently belongs to the museum and runs down to the river to enable public access. And the other thing we're doing there is we're restoring the water edge, which currently has a concrete edge, but that will be going and we'll be bringing that margin back. So we hope that by doing this sort of thing, encouraging York people to actually use the rivers and walk along them, that healthy relationship then means that they start to value the rivers and not just see them as this annoying source of flooding. Another bit of restoration is, and I'm a great believer in going back to doing things that were more low-tech, but actually were more environmental. So rainwater harvesting, when we redo the Yorkshire Museum roof, we'll be harvesting water off those deeper falls and then reusing it in our gardens. And reconciliation. This is really important in York. It's about being sensitive to our community. We wanted at one point to do an exhibition that noted how the flooding pattern tends to replicate earlier natural patterns of the rivers. So there's a place called, in the Tudor era, called the Fish Pool, which was replicated in 2015, but had actually been gone since the 16th century. And actually we didn't do that exhibition because on consultation with the public, it was too raw and people were not really ready to think about the rivers. We're still going to do that exhibition, but at the right time for the community. And so I think that instead we're collecting memories. And I think so instead there's a question of having some solidarity with the people who are affected and being really sensitive to what they want to have expressed and what they need to do. But at the same time, there's also, I think, a huge opportunity for museums to educate, and in this case, educate about living with water. Showcase those houses in York that actually do flood every year and have got tiling to 3/4 of the way up the ground floor to enable them to overcome that regular annual flooding. And there are businesses, there's a quite famous pub that regularly floods, but they've now fitted out the house, the building in such a way that they can live with that. So it's that coming to terms with it and coming to terms with the fact that York will flood, but without those fantastic rivers we wouldn't be there at all, and just living with it. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. As introduced, my name's Justin Mcgurk. I'm the Chief Curator at the Design Museum. And I'd like to tell you about a couple of initiatives we've taken at the museum recently. And I second Rayan's statement that, I wouldn't want to present the Design Museum as in any way a leader in this field at all, just that we took an opportunity to try and think about our own internal processes through an exhibition that I'm going to tell you about. And that exhibition was Wastage, which opened in late October and closed a couple of weeks ago. And we had thought for quite some time about how we would do an exhibition about design and the environment. It's a big topic, and we wanted to be specific. And I'll make a slight distinction between the environmental crisis and the climate crisis. If we think of the climate crisis as fundamentally a crisis of energy, I'd say there's also a closely linked environmental crisis, which is about pollution, land, ecosystems. And we felt that waste was the area where the design sector has the most to contribute, where it can make the biggest impact. And we know that design has contributed over the last century enormously to the profusion of waste that we've created through convenience culture, packaging, consumerism. It's just a fact. But design is also incredibly well placed to try and address those issues. So Wastage was our effort to reflect what's happening in the design world, effectively the way the design world is reinventing itself for the 21st century. A discipline that was really forged in a century of plenty, artificial plenty in some ways, subsidized plenty, a plenty of plastics and concrete and steel, how it's reinventing itself for an age of greater material scarcity and increased complexity. And just a word on Wastage as a title. There have been many material ages through history, from the Stone Age and the Bronze Age, right up to the Steam Age and the Information Age. Those latter ones sound more ethereal, but they're not. They really launched the great profusion of material culture that we live in today. To say that we live in a waste age is not just an act of kind of pessimistic realism. It's really just to acknowledge that waste is one of the great materials of our time, one of the great, in terms of volume, for sure, but also in terms of an unused resource. The great design thinker Buckminster Fuller said that pollution is just a resource we haven't learned how to harvest, and there is something in that. We took the visitor on a journey through 3 stages, really, from peak waste, where I hope we are now, to a future of post-waste. And that first section, peak waste, really looked at the scale of the problem we've created. It was a realistic look at the amount of waste that we produce as a civilization, and an attempt to try and understand how that culture was forged in the consumer society that really emerged out of the Second World War in the 1950s, very much led by design, I would say, but also by marketing and other factors. And that little close-up on the top left for you is some segments of plastiglomerate, which is really a plastic and rock composite. They washed up on a beach in Cornwall. And wastage as a phrase is really a more accessible way of saying Anthropocene. And if the Anthropocene is technically a geological term that refers to the next geological layer of Earth made through man-made production and byproducts, that's what plastiglomerate is, and we're living in a waste age. But that's not, again, not to see this purely as pessimism. Living in a waste age is also a huge opportunity. There are vast material resources there that we're not using, that we need to get much cleverer about using. And the show kind of charts how that's starting to happen. The second section looks at a shift to understanding that waste is precious, that there are, as I say, whole swathes of materials and other matter that we're simply not valuing, that we haven't learned how to value yet. And it's probably an accurate reflection of where we are now. And it kind of charts how a whole generation of designers, young designers emerging today, designers graduating today, are reinventing themselves and the discipline of design. They're much less focused on producing products and goods for the market, and they're engaged much more in material research, in understanding the global flows of materials and capital and the systems that really shape design. And it's very much about trying to understand the circular economy, recycling. It's where we are now. And I would say that we put no great faith in recycling. It's not a solution in any way, but it is something we're still trying to master. And then I would say that this is an optimistic journey. We start with a kind of heavy dose of realism, and you leave the visitor with a sense of the critical mass of approaches that designers and architects are taking to try and address this crisis and to try and reinvent their discipline. And so the post-waste section really looks at how we move beyond an extractivist economy, as I said, petrochemicals, plastics, steel, concrete, to more natural, grown and organic materials. And a lot of those solutions are very nascent. So what you're looking at here is a close-up of some vases that were 3D printed out of algae by a research platform in Arles. It's Atelier Luma in Arles in the south of France, which is operating as a bioregion, using all of the waste streams and the local agricultural produce from that region to produce materials, construction materials, design materials. And this is very much, I think, the way that design is going to go. But it was also an opportunity for us to think about waste within the institution. We all know that exhibitions are very wasteful endeavors. We throw up walls of plasterboard, and then we rip them down and we throw those walls away, and plasterboard is a very environmentally unfriendly material. And that's not to guilt trip the people in this room, because everyone in this room believes deeply in the power of exhibitions, and this is a trade-off worth making. It's simply to investigate how we could do it differently. And so we worked with a a young architectural practice called Material Cultures, who specialize in low carbon construction. And they came up with a design for the exhibition which used entirely natural, biodegradable and reusable materials, recyclable materials. There's a small palette on the top left there, and it was mainly timber with wood wool paneling and unfired clay bricks. Unfired because that uses less carbon, naturally, less energy. They don't need to be fired. So it was a natural palette of materials, and we worked also with the graphic designer's spin to try and reduce waste in the graphic. There was a huge amount of graphic work in the show, statistics, infographics, obviously the usual amount of text. And one of the interesting things they came up with was this handheld printer, which printed directly onto the walls and onto the media of the materials there. And normally we would use vinyls, or we would use print. We would print on substrates, and we would stick those to the wall and throw them all away. I mean, there's literally no waste with this system, so that was a real eye-opener for us. I should have shown you some pictures of the exhibition, really. This is all very cryptic, isn't it? And I have to apologize for this atrocious slide, but in a way, mastering the data is part of our job now. And this really wants an infographic. But the other thing we did was we worked with a design collective called Urge, and they did an environmental audit on the exhibition, so we could understand how much energy we used, how much waste there was, what we could do better. And I'll share a few findings. I don't know if this will mean anything to anyone. I mean, the fact that the total energy consumption of the exhibition was 10 tons of carbon. I don't know whether anyone thinks that's low or high, or whether they have any idea how much their own exhibitions spent, but 80% of that was in the build. Now, the biggest thing we could have done to reduce the energy of this exhibition, we had already done without realizing it, because the Design Museum runs on renewable energy, so they calculated that we'd already saved 95% of the energy that we might have, or 95% of the carbon we might have used. The objects, and here they were just using our object list. They weighed the weight of those objects, the distance they traveled, so they came up with a number for that. But really, the thing I found interesting was that because we'd used such natural materials, the highest carbon impact of the build was actually screws. So 4,800 stainless steel screws, which never would have occurred to me, which have 1.9 tons of carbon. So 20% of the total carbon footprint of our exhibition was screws. I'm not sure there's anything we can do about that, unless we use dowels and craftsmanship, which is, expensive and time-consuming. As I said, we used a timber frame, which is much better than using aluminium frame systems. We used unfired bricks, which is much better than fired bricks. And then there was an interesting investigation into the digital footprint. So 10% of the footprint was from our digital communication. We counted the emails, 11,000. We did that by logging them by copying in an email address effectively to all the email addresses, to all the emails. I still think that estimate is low. And 750 person hours on video calls. There was much debate about how much energy our video calls were using. Reassuringly, not that much, actually, in the grand scheme of things. Anyway, an interesting process. I don't know if that's useful to people, but there's much more detail there. And one of the biggest factors, of course, is what happens at the end of an exhibition's life. You throw all of that stuff away, or it goes in a skip. We really tried not to do that. And so we spent a long time trying to find partners who would take some of this material. And a week ago, I was jubilant because we had done it. We had saved all of this material, all of the wood, all of the bricks, all of the silicate blocks you see there, which we had reused from a previous exhibition. We'd found homes for it all at places like the Royal College of Art, Grisdale Arts, a couple of other organisations. I couldn't believe it. That just seemed too good to be true. And it was because Grisdale unfortunately had to pull out at the last minute. So most of it was recycled. Not all of it was, which was a pity, but again, it goes to show how fragile those connections are between institutions. You know, it's a lot based on goodwill, and sometimes things change for the partner institution, and that happened this time. But it's the first time we've ever tried to do this, and I was deeply reassured by how, I wouldn't say how easy it was, but by the fact that we almost did it. I've put a couple of priorities there for low impact exhibition design: use renewable energy, select low impact construction materials, and design for disassembly and reuse. So what you're looking at here is there's some of the perspex cases and blocks and bricks. And just a quick word about another initiative we've launched recently in November, which was linked to Wastage, which is Future Observatory. And that is an AHRC-funded platform for design research, which is aimed at connecting design, using the Design Museum as a place that connects some of the world-leading, cutting-edge design research happening in British institutions, British academic institutions, using the museum to connect that research to industry, business, and local authorities and policymaking, with a view to meeting the net zero agenda, or as someone said, the zero carbon agenda. So, I mean, it's probably a conversation for another time, but it's just really interesting to try and use the museum for that purpose, and to make the Design Museum an institution that's thinking not just about the past and the contemporary present, but using it to shape the future, if we can. And it is an institution that's particularly well placed to connect design research to business and even to policymaking. And so there's a whole program around that, which involves creating partnerships between research institutions and businesses. It's exploring ecosystems around the country where design is plugged into local authority and business, symposiums, that kind of thing. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I'm terrified of this thing now. Hi, I'm Simon. Thanks for inviting me to speak this morning. I act as convener for a network called GMAST that's evolved from the Manchester Arts Sustainability team. But I don't tend to use those words anymore, and I'm going to explain why. For one, we operate regionally, so Manchester doesn't really cover it. Arts can sometimes sound not very inclusive. I think a bit more about creativity and culture. Sustainability doesn't cover it either. I prefer to think about things as being more regenerative. Team is okay, but I like together more. And we are literally greater together. Still, what's in a name? We've already heard from Rayanne and Justin, and I'm hoping to explore our topic for this session. And to do so, I went back to the definitions of the words in the title, and not particularly with a climate lens this time. I think we know what those words mean in terms of climate. But I wanted to focus on meaning. So mitigation, as defined by the Oxford English Dictionary, is the action of reducing the severity, seriousness, or painfulness of something. I think we all likely agree we find ourselves in a very serious, severe climate and ecological situation, and many of us are working in all kinds of ways to help this. It has been and will continue to be painful in all kinds of ways, and in order to mitigate this, we really have to confront its origins. I've been thinking a lot about knowledge and wisdom and how they're different. And over Christmas, I read Amitav Ghosh's The Nutmeg's Curse. Esme recommended it to me, thank you. And in turn, so do I. As an Indian man living in Brooklyn, who's really changed and challenged my Western perspective on what I'll shorten to climate, and helped me find a language to join up some things that I knew were somehow connected but couldn't quite see it. So when I was preparing this, we had a slide limit, and I wanted to sort of focus a bit more on people today. And I decided to not waste these slides on logos and timelines and things we've had done by the graphic designer that make things look very slick. Instead, I've opted for 6 proverbs that I think are wise and have inspired me along the way. They're attributed to Native American peoples across the last few hundred years, peoples whose history I've discovered I really don't know terribly much about, and then a colonial history that is beyond terrible. It's been 10 years since culture convened to respond to Manchester's first climate change policy, and I want to share the experience we've had of working together. I think of this as a form of adaptation, the action or process of adapting or being adapted. Or more poignantly, if we look through the biological definition, the process of change by which an organism or species becomes better suited to its environment. And so in Manchester, a collaborative journey started that would see the development of a regional cultural network focusing on climate. All kinds of people have had a hand in this, and I really want to credit their vision. It also brought young Julie's Bicycle to Manchester and started a long collaboration, and we'll be hearing from Alison next. Since that first meeting in Manchester Art Gallery over a decade ago, we slowly developed a community within the cultural sector, learning and sharing experience openly with each other. Right from the beginning, our ethos was that this was a collective challenge that we had to meet by working together, that we would share each other's success, whether gaining knowledge or developing practice, and that we'd approach our impact as a sector and embrace local targets. Back then, green or environmental wasn't front and centre where we find it now. Those acting on it in the cultural landscape were often lone voices in organisations. And if anyone ever asked me about what's good about GMAS, what it's done, I would always say that it brought those people together and helped develop them. As the years rolled by, the momentum and commitment grew and our collective impact reduced. Remarkable that all this happened through a period of considerable funding reduction for the city and sector that we refer to as austerity. But change was happening, and there also began to emerge some incredible engagement projects, and they're now obviously a regular part of many organisations' programming. Culture bringing stories to life that are meaningful for our communities and help develop that all-important emotional connection that drives action. After 5 years, we were a larger group, so art centres, theatres, museums, galleries, festivals, broadcasters, music venues, production companies, and more. Exploring those challenges, meeting them together, and ultimately we became involved in city policy development. And little did we know quite how unusual this was, culture and climate working together at city level. In 2018, Manchester's good practice was recognised by the EU's URBAC programme, and that's the focus of that programme is about driving change for better cities. It presented the Manchester model and its contribution to the city's climate change policies, and we began to explore how we could share what we'd learned. The project became known as Sea Change and would run across 3 years. It was a different kind of project because it involved cities and their culture sector to network, collaborate, and then shape action. All the cities were very different, but all had culture at their heart. And in most cases, surprisingly, because we were visiting, it was the very first time culture and environment had been asked how they could work together. The project had 4 main strands: collaboration between city and sector, support from the city and tools and skills to explore environmental action, policy, understanding climate change targets and getting involved in developing them, and of course engagement, looking at how culture can be in conversation with communities and generate meaningful activities to help us connect. And the results were kind of amazing. All cities have now kind of changed how they're connecting climate and culture with each other, and culture has become involved in developing local policy and strategy. But most importantly, creating community engagement through cultural activities. GMAST is part of what's known as the Manchester Climate Change Partnership. It's a sector-led approach directing the work of our local climate change agency. The University of Manchester participates, as does MMU, and local networks focusing on the health and well-being, social housing, faith, and they come together with the city council, business, the airport, football club, and the local electricity network operator. There's also a youth board. This model provides new connections in the city and brings sectors together who might not have collaborated. And with academic learning at the heart of evolving strategy, it helps us define future focus. And recent projects have explored consumption-based emissions and adaptation and resilience planning. Many minds, many perspectives, great thinkers and great communicators. And as a cultural network, we've looked hard at the barriers to action and developed the resources to help instill the confidence to build a more sustainable approach into cultural practice. Cultural organisations that bring together objects, knowledge and stories are an amazing bridge. Some organisations in the network are well on their journey, others just starting out, but our ethos for the network remains the same. We're in this together. Resilience, the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties or toughness. Do you know, the example definition in the OAD made me smile. The often remarkable resilience of so many British institutions. Remarkable indeed. I'm sure I don't need to explain resilience to this group who've weathered all kinds of things across the past few years. Resilience is, of course, about managing it personally, organisationally, in the face of challenge. Challenge that comes from our rapidly evolving world. Challenge that comes from our obsession with extracting resources. Challenge that comes from government policy in all kinds of ways. Challenge that comes from holding to values in the public domain. Challenge that comes from truly embracing divestment, embedding circularity, and decarbonising your operation, your cafe, your gift shop. Choosing when to travel and how, and as we've heard before, letting things go. Challenge that comes from telling stories that expose the pain in our history. How can we change without accepting it? Climate doesn't sit on its own, so much is related, and so challenging inequalities everywhere has to be part of what we do. We were asked to respond as a culture sector to our local climate change strategy, and we developed a framework. It talks about understanding policy and our position within the carbon budget. It talks about planning further reduction. It obviously talks about engaging with people and reducing the impact of cultural places and changing our practice. And really through that process, it could have sat with any kind of sector, but we really thought about what the culture sector brings to this conversation and that it helps people imagine, it inspires, it informs, it innovates, and it includes. And we think that's the biggest impact we can have. At the heart of this framework sits action, but I often wonder whether kind of being might be better. We know culture as a convener, ambassador, placemaker, and part of the health and well-being of our communities of all ages, advocating, demonstrating, and a safe space to explore our feelings, a great place to explore our fixation on consumption and explore other models. It's important in place, I think, that kind of there's such a wealth of knowledge and wisdom in every place, and so we're really holding to that after a decade since we started. We're now bringing together nearly 60 cultural organisations working across the city region, and we've seen more networks emerge, and we're working to see how we can collaborate across the north, and that's Sale in Leeds, if you're handy for that, or Shift in Liverpool. And also we're looking at what the network needs to be in the future to better support the sector across our region. And it's really exciting imagining different models of leadership and exploring where and how climate is woven into our lives. As I said right at the beginning, this is a story about people, The living legacy of that meeting 10 years ago is a knowledgeable network community across our cultural organisations, doing brilliant things across the sector in all kinds of ways, going well beyond facilities and production. And we're now seeing more climate-focused roles emerge across the sector, and there is a generation to make them work, rich in both knowledge and wisdom. Our online home openly shares the practice and resources for this city and beyond, and sometimes it just signposts what's already there because it's already been done. As recognised now in national policy, when culture and science come together, the results are pretty amazing. Do you know, I was updating the City Partnership last summer and was commended for giving the most upbeat presentation of the year. Why wouldn't I be upbeat? There's so much to hope for. As we know, climate change is a global issue that also requires understanding and action at a most local level. None of us can tackle this alone. It is perhaps our greatest collective endeavour. Thanks.
Well, thank you to all of our panellists for some really stimulating presentations. I think we've got about 20 minutes for questions. I'm going to use chair's privileges and start with one of my own. We had a challenge yesterday, again from Carly's keynote, about whether leadership in our organisations are really looking at our business models and seeing what needs to change in very fundamental ways. Rayan introduced us to the really interesting 4 Rs framework and reconciliation and relinquishing. Justin talked about the trade-offs of the power of exhibitions with all of those screws that are needed to put them in, and Simon talked about the challenges of letting go. So I would like to ask the panel, is it time that we let temporary exhibitions go as a sector? I'll start with Rayan.
I think, is it on? Yeah. I think we need to rethink temporary exhibitions, and I'm really struck by the concept of not trying, which Carly touched on in the keynote yesterday. I'm really struck by the concept of not trying to get from where we are now to some kind of ideal, let's call it net zero, immediately, but actually thinking that we're in transition and we have to move. So I think it's about rethinking temporary exhibitions. So, you know, there's a kind of unwritten rule, 3 to 4 months. Why is that? Maybe a temporary exhibition is 6 months or a year. And we've started doing that at York Art Gallery. So I think that's my answer.
Thank you. Simon?
I think I'll confess I don't use zero carbon or net zero very often. But what I prefer to think of is the sector making lower and lower carbon choices if you're looking at things just in a carbon metric. I think it'd be a great shame if there weren't kind of temporary exhibitions, but also I think kind of as we embrace kind of true circularity, you know, we'll make more choices that have less impacts, and it comes through kind of pulling apart in a way that kind of Justin so brilliantly has at the Design Museum, kind of where the impact is coming from and how the choices can affect that.
Thanks. And Justin?
Well, we wouldn't, alas, be in any position at the Design Museum to dispense with temporary exhibitions because we're more of a Kunsthalle. Our collection is not extensive enough to allow for it to be everything that we do. So we very much run on, and we're not government funded, so we very much run on a temporary exhibition model. I think we'd have to completely, radically rethink what the Design Museum is if we were going to do that. But I think one can use the power of the temporary exhibition to try and change the culture. And that's what we tried to do with Wastage. And I think even just it's not that long ago, you would never have held an exhibition like that at a major museum. But clearly the culture is changing, and I think we're trying to reflect that. And taking a peripheral, what's always been a peripheral topic like waste, and I mean that literally, I mean we dump our waste on the peripheries, we don't want to see it, bring it into the center of a cultural conversation, and to say that waste is at the heart of everything we need to rethink as a society, as an economy, as a material culture, and to ask what does decarbonisation look like at the everyday, day-to-day material level, is one of the roles that a museum can play. Now, not every exhibition is going to do that, but I suppose a temporary exhibition allowed us to do it.
I think the other really interesting thing there that you touched on in terms of being a Kunsthaller is, for those of us who are not Kunsthallers, a temporary exhibition's impact can be so much less if we decide to draw on our own collections rather than other people's collections. And certainly at the Castle Museum, which we want to redevelop, we're very much thinking that a temporary exhibition space will be mainly to enable us to rotate our enormous social history collections and our costume collections more than it is about the Kunsthaller kind of glamorous world-travelling model.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the floor? Do please say your name and where you've come from. Liz?
Liz Johnson from Arts Council England. Thank you everyone for really interesting contributions this morning. I'm conscious that this is a kind of coalition of the willing, isn't it? We're all here because we want to do something positive and we want to bring about change and we're interested. And so consequently, we're not really hearing, or I'm not really hearing, kind of what's stopping us. We're having lots of kind of enabling conversations and frameworks and toolkits, and you can do this and you can do that. And I'm wondering if you encounter in any of your work active resistance to it, either from the public, from the media, from corporate enterprise, because it seems to me we need to have that conversation as well in terms of what's stopping us, beyond that sort of passive paralysis, I think, that we've been talking about in terms of public engagement. Are there active agents trying to stop this?
Shall I jump in?
Take that one. Yeah.
I think my take is on what's stopping us is that we're going to have to really, really look at our consumption on a personal level as organisations and nationally, and it means we're going to have to make do with less, because it is kind of unsustainable. There's something I cut out of the presentation actually, which was me making a coffee yesterday and kind of looking at the back of it and kind of, and then, oh, okay, not yet recycled. And I was thinking, gosh, like, if not now, when? When we can respond to a pandemic so quickly with a vaccine, when we can turn off all sorts of things, in terms of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but we still really kind of don't want to get to grips with climate because we're going to have to, really let some things go.
I mean, from my perspective, there are no active agents stopping the Design Museum making those kinds of changes. But there is the structural agent, which is the business model, a model based on temporary exhibitions, as we said, on tickets, on driving audiences through the museum, on coming up with a dynamic offer for that audience that makes them want to keep coming back. So no, I wouldn't see it in terms of kind of malevolent agents or anything like that. Just what the museum is and what it needs to be to appeal to actually larger and larger numbers of people. That determines a certain way of operating, and I totally agree with Rayan. I think we do need to look more to our own modest collection and less to touring shows, and we do actually now think harder about where we're shipping things from, what's what's realistic and what's perhaps extravagant. But I would say we're very much in the process of it. We're in the change. We're not there, and I certainly wouldn't present us as a leader.
And I think it's a really hard question to answer, actually, because on the one hand I can think of lots of examples, and then on the other hand I can't think of any. And the reason for that is I think we're all implicitly involved, and that's whether we want to be or not. We are in an economy that forces us to be implicitly involved, and because we are heritage people, aren't we, and museum people, I've got to say that I think it's equivalent to having been living in England in the 18th century and slavery. You know, everybody was involved in one way or another, even if it was just that they had tea with sugar in. And so I think, you know, we're also in that same boat, and maybe we need to think really hard about that, because that's a huge problem. And the trick is to kind of just keep chipping away on the one hand, and on the other hand recognise that problem, and that we all have to try and make ourselves less implicit in the problem. But it's complicated, and actually, you know, I live on an eco estate, theoretically, and I say theoretically because the residents, the more we delve and look into our combined heat unit and all these other things, we discover that where we're making good efforts on one side, something else isn't working and is offsetting the benefit. And so actually, that's what I mean by everybody's implicit, because all of our systems, sorry, it's a bit gloomy, isn't it? But all of our systems are kind of not set up with this in mind. And I absolutely agree with you when you're talking about we could act in the pandemic, but somehow we can't act with this really existential threat. You know, I guess we have to. So I guess that comes back to that, what you were saying about culture's role and making making people understand the importance of it.
I've got a question at the back. Maybe some cheerful questions, if anybody's got one.
I'm not sure mine's that cheerful. I just want to pick up on the last conversation and just thinking about, I mean, we are all driven by particular ways of thinking that we need to move out of, you know, and for most, we're Arts Council funded, and for most Arts Council funded organisations for a long period of time, it's been about driving up visitors through the door, and we know that the impact that we have is you know, we don't own our building, so the things that we're trying to do in terms of the climate agenda are tricky in many ways, but thinking about the sorts of models that we've been developing in terms of, you know, we work with a photo biennial and trying to actually change that model to something which is distributed and very local, instead of that let's drive international audiences, let's drive national audiences to our building. So I suppose all of those things, I'm sort of interested in that conversation about temporary exhibition, because the majority of the Arts Council funded sector aren't collections based. They actually work with temporary exhibitions, and I just wondered whether there was any thoughts about, you know, if we're thinking about the whole problem, what's the difference between an exhibition that tours and a blockbuster exhibition that endeavours to bring people from all over the country to it? I don't know what the answer is to that, but I think that's something that we maybe need to think about.
Yeah, Brian, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. What I'm sure we could calculate what the difference is. Yeah, I mean, it's what we need to look at. But if your question is about local versus nationally attracting people from all over the country, say, to our venues, then, you know, I think the pandemic has been helpful in terms of helping to reset the conversation a bit. Certainly in York, you know, which when I arrived in York in 2015, the whole identity of the city, as particularly in regard to culture, was all about let's let's attract tourists. It's a slightly funny definition of tourist because it means people beyond the York boundary. But the pandemic has really got the city and politicians in the city to recognise that the local audience is important, and slightly beyond the local audience, the sub-regional audience is important. And it's given us a bit of space to think about that and to change our business models to target that local audience better. So I think there are real benefits, but I think it's about being quite overt about making that shift.
Justin?
I'm not sure I have anything to add on that, actually. It's a really difficult question. I mean, we're not so much focused on international audiences, and our audience primarily comes from London and the southeast, and national. Of course, we have tourists, but it's not. We don't rely on them the way that some of the big London institutions do. I also agree that for all the pain of the last 2 years and the juggling of uncertainty, it was a moment to start to reflect on radical change, which we might not have had if the pandemic hadn't happened. I'm not saying we came to any neat conclusions. As I say, our business model is what it is, and our collection is what it is. So I don't see that changing drastically in the next year, but certainly at the more operational level, we've made some changes, and as I said, as I showed, we tried to use an exhibition to rethink how we do exhibitions, and some of that learning we've carried forward into the future.
I think sometimes we focus on the wrong things. I think sometimes we obsess about international travel and aviation, and kind of we don't focus enough on kind of, I guess, what we call scope 3. You know, so scope 1 being the fuel that you use in your building. You know, the kind of the gas, or in your fleet vehicles. You know, scope 2 being the electricity you procure, and scope 3 being everything else. So, you know, the University of Manchester, scopes 1 and 2 together are 11% of its overall footprint. 89% is everything else. And that's travel, that's the kind of resources, that's the building, that's food and drink, you know, that's the systems, it's the IT, it's where the money's going. And that's why I think kind of it's really important to kind of not always focus on the physical things. You know, my history's in the theatre, not museums, and we used to wring our hands about kind of the wood in sets and kind of resources like that, where actually kind of how your audience is travelling is far more important. You know, so kind of I really kind of I've always wanted to do this. We will do this at some point. It's take an organisation and really you know kind of look at where their impact is, because I think it will be really helpful for other organisations, and might take our thinking kind of beyond.
Thank you. Other questions? It's got one at the back here. I think we have got time for probably another 2.
Hi, it's Hilary Jennings from the Happy Museum. And you won't be surprised to hear that my question is quite positive. One of the things that I've always found really reassuring and allows me to spend most of my time focusing on climate change is that there are so many co-benefits to the things that we do to address climate change, and there's a nice synergy in the fact that, for example, if we wean ourselves off oil and gas, not only will we reduce our carbon footprint, but we'll reduce our dependence on the geopolitical relationships that are causing us huge angst and terrible things happening at the moment. So I'm thinking at a level that we're working, I see it in the work that I do, that there are co-benefits, that things that we do to address climate change also have impact on community resilience, on community connections, on, you know, other aspects of community life and the places that we live. And I'm just interested to see if that's just my being Pollyanna-ish, or whether you notice that as well, and if so, what are the things that you notice?
Simon?
I think in terms of, I'm noticing it particularly in kind of policy, but policy always kind of follows action, doesn't it? So kind of splitting off climate and environment into its own box is really, really unhelpful. When you think about it through the lens of social justice, you think about it in the lens of inequality, you think about it in health and well-being, you see it's all interconnected. And the more that we look at or the more that we connect these kind of things together, the more we unravel kind of what's behind them and what's kind of perpetuating them. So I think there's all kinds of benefits, and that's why I don't know, the city policy here is quite different to the Greater Manchester policy. Greater Manchester I think brings in a bit more of kind of the other themes, but the more we look at them together, the more interesting it gets.
Got any final questions? Yeah, down the front. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Keir from the British Film Institute. We are one of a number of funders in these conversations that have been happening. It's slightly repetitious from yesterday, but I'm really interested in your perspectives. As most organisations in this room rely in some form on National Lottery Good Cause funding, I'd be really interested to hear what you as sort of senior stakeholders feel about the priorities for funders and what you're looking for in the next sort of 5 years of support. Are you looking for targeted advice, guidance? Are you looking for just a big ass pot of money that you can delve into? Or are you looking for a more embedded approach where every fund that you apply to has some kind of strand of environmental or capital upgrades or something like that? Are there things that you feel are really obvious that funders are missing at this stage?
Good question, Brian.
Yeah, I think to answer the first question, I think embedded is what I would look for. So a kind of motivation to ensure that any project takes into account as much as possible the impact on the climate. So I think that would be definitely what I'd be looking for. And I suppose the other thing is there is a tendency, and I feel I can say this having been in one of the funding organisations before, to jump on the next kind of thing that funders want to see happen without necessarily recognising what's going on the ground. So I think a kind of understanding of, for example, on the one hand, Maria Balshall's talking about degrowth for the really big nationals that have had big institutions, but I'd argue that some of the regionals, like one of my venues, York Castle Museum, does still need some capital development, but help us to figure out how to do that in the least harmful way, rather than assuming that we shouldn't do it because the party's moved on somewhere else. So I think that's what I'd say. And definitely, I think Heritage Lottery Fund do something where projects over a certain amount have to fill out an environmental audit and have to kind of do that as part of the work. And I think that's really positive because it gives people a framework and an action plan as well as providing some standards.
Justin?
Well, I mean, there are clear directions in funding at the moment. Having said we're not government funded, and then finding there's someone from the Arts Council in the room, I should say we get £160,000 from the Arts Council, which is about 1.5% of our operating costs. So we're very enterprise-led and private philanthropy, but of course, the big push is going to be out of London, which is absolutely admirable. But doesn't particularly help us. So I would say from the Design Museum's perspective, our move might be to position the museum as an institution that is focused on some of the challenges this country is facing post-pandemic, post-Brexit, in the kind of beginnings of a climate emergency or the middle of a climate emergency. And and that we make a case for national relevance.
I think we have to invest in our buildings, and they will at some point need to be retrofitted, but they're a great way to kind of demonstrate things publicly. I think that investing in kind of changing practice and really valuing that is really important now. We need to do things differently and continue to kind of evolve our kind of approach. And I also think we need to kind of think about heritage. Very theatre people in the room. No, I can say this at last. You know, my heart sinks when there's another kind of saving of a gold-painted, you know, theatre that's neither a good performance experience, you know, nor kind of perhaps even needed. And sometimes I think we really invest in the wrong places. Sometimes because we're so enmeshed with our heritage, and it's not that I think every old building should be knocked down, of course I don't, but I do think we're a bit heritage obsessed and it holds us back.
Well, the audience
I've made myself now unpopular in a different way, haven't I? Okay.
Can I just come in with something that I think is relevant to your question, which is, I think there's an issue for heritage organisations around the skills available to us to retrofit and the technology. You know, unless you manage to appoint one of the few architects with a strong track record in the combined area of conservation and losing my words, but, you know, environmentally appropriate change and retrofitting, if you like, for sustainability. My experience has been it's actually quite a hard battle to get architects, get designers to actually really properly take on board a zero target, if you like, in their design. So I would ask funders to really think about that quite hard in terms of how they support that sector and the building sector and the heritage skills sector to develop those particular skills around retrofitting, because I think that's really, that just practical ability to deliver on environmental design has actually been missing to date.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's a question of capacity as a whole, so it's funding and skills and the wider resources, and not just a question of funding, although the funding is, of course, very important. Okay, I think we have just about reached time for the next breakout session, so if I could ask you to thank our panellists again, and we will hand over.
Okay, everyone, we're just moving now to our first breakout discussion, so we'll be round tables. But to introduce the exercise, I'm going to hand over now to Alison Tickell, who I'm sure is known very well to all of you as founder and chief executive of Julie's Bicycle, and she's going to preface the exercise by talking a little bit about some of the work of Julie's Bicycle. Over to you, Alison.
Thank you very much, Nick, and thanks for having me. It feels really privileged to be here, actually. It's one of the first big things since the last 2 years, and it's so inspiring. So apologies for repetition, because I couldn't make it yesterday, and I know that you had some fantastic, inspiring speakers, some of my favourite people. So I'm sorry if I say anything that you've already been through. And huge thanks to Manchester, that has really been so inspiring to Julie's Bicycle. Simon mentioned, I don't know who young Julie is, by the way. But I'm Alison from Julie's Bicycle, an NGO who've been mobilising arts and culture on climate action since 2007. founded by the UK music industry and now working internationally across the arts. So this session is what we need to do to accelerate climate action, our priorities, and Nick asked me to talk about this from Julie's Bicycles perspective. So first of all, nearly 15 years ago, we set out with 3 beliefs that guide us to this day. The first is that culture and the arts have to lie at the heart of a global response to the climate and environmental crisis. That feels obvious now, but it's taken a long time for that to land. Secondly, that bringing our collective imagination and joint purpose to this challenge is the most exciting, valuable, and important thing that we can be doing anywhere in the arts and culture. And thirdly, that action comes in many guises, with many voices, and everything counts. And I think this moment is worth marking for its contradictions and seeming paradoxes. Last week, we know we had a really bleak report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, but we also had a global agreement on plastic reduction with a commitment to ratify by 2024, which is hugely fast. This has been widely celebrated as a Paris Agreement on plastic, so that's really good news. There's mounting pressure to frack, more North Sea oil and gas, more political shenanigans, yet huge demand to accelerate action on renewable energy, on the transition. And we're caught now in the geopolitical pincers of energy and nationalism, and yet are in common cause. From net zero, whatever that means, to regeneration, we're in it. Closer to home in the climate movement, we're torn between slowing down, between reflection, stillness, and the overwhelming call to mobilise and act immediately. What does it take to rethink extraction, not just in our work, but actually in ourselves and our souls? Riding the waves of these two realities, feeling the tensions, the binaries, the paradox, the pluralities in our own lives, and holding them feels like the essence of this challenge, that being that Simon was talking about, resisting the temptation to think in a single time zone, but being able to live simultaneously in fast and slow. Nick asked me to speak a little bit about Julie's Bicycle and our priorities, post-COVID shock, I think, post-climate wake-up, and we are absolutely riding the waves. The first thing, I think, is to acknowledge the creative climate movement that all of you here, just by being here, are a part of, showing up. But many of you, and I see so many terrific familiar faces around, have actually been right at the front of this movement. Especially the commitment and creativity that you're bringing, and it's really inspiring. It feels like culture is at last really rising. Our priorities have shifted, although our ultimate aim, climate action powered by culture, is still here. Our objectives are obstinate and encapsulate the onward dance that this movement requires, that dancing between why and how, coming up with answers, and then we ask why again, and then we look again back into the how, why, how, that decarbonisation right through to climate and environmental justice. And a living earth. And our objectives are the same. They are about decarbonisation and regeneration of nature, speaking up and out, using our very specific place in culture to do that, and also really centering our programme around the idea of justice and going into the very heart and soul of that difficult response. Firstly, decarbonisation that still matters so much. And I get worried sometimes that data and that decarbonisation is becoming unfashionable, just to remind ourselves it really, really matters. And the work that we're doing on that is really focused around the Arts Council funded Spotlight programme. It includes, perhaps some people here, Bristol Museums, the Baltic, Leeds Museums and Galleries, the Manchester Partnership, Royal Exchange, Tully House, Tyne and Weir Archives and Museums. And this programme is really about these big institutions with big energy draws developing pathways to decarbonisation using science as your watchword, not necessarily government targets, because 2050 is a long time. And even though the challenge is huge, we do know that in industrialized economies, we've got much more work to do in order to make sure that justice is our lodestone. So that programme, it's only a group of 30 organisations that represent a big draw on Arts Councils, across Arts Council's portfolio. In 2019 to 20, managed to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by a whopping 24% in a single year. And the point about that programme is that that's not using investment as their primary tool. It's looking at really understanding the granularity of their work, working together as teams with ambition and commitment. So that's been really exciting. As far as we're aware, it's the only big cluster of cultural organisations anywhere in the world coming together in common accord on science-based pathways together to reach decarbonisation. It's a remarkable achievement. Our second priority over the last couple of years has been cultural policy, and we've learnt so much working with Simon in Manchester and the Sea Change programme, and also, of course, with Arts Council England. This was prompted as well. Our focus on culture, which we did around COP26, was really focused on the missed opportunity to really look at cultural recovery through the lens of the climate and environment crisis. We missed that, but I'm still optimistic that, especially with groups like this, there's a lot that still can be done. What we did was we looked globally at climate policy nationally and cultural policy. We had conversations with colleagues in Nigeria, specifically deep granular conversations in Nigeria, Turkey, Colombia, and Indonesia, and of course in the UK. And we identified where climate and cultural policy aligned or didn't. And this is crazy, they don't, not at the national level. When we have a Paris Agreement and we have a huge common accord to work together to decarbonise and to put Mother Earth at the heart of our thinking, and they are adrift. And I think it's really important that we recognise our own power, our own agency, to really support national government in explicit alignment to our nationally agreed and ratified targets, calling on government, but also doing the heavy lifting ourselves by taking action. This opportunity is absolutely enormous. And also at Julie's Bicycle, we're focusing on leadership, rooted in climate and environmental justice. Our Creative Climate Leadership Programme, that I know at least 2 people here joined us in, is intended to strengthen creative pioneers that Simon spoke about as well, at the nexus of the climate and culture movement. Too often, still, these incredible people, many of them in danger. We know that climate activism is the most dangerous form of activism in the world. They're unsung, they're unsupported, they're lonely, and most critically precious knowledge is lost. We've worked with over 100 of these exceptional people now, and together they do represent the frontier of new creative practice. We launched one this morning, which was a bit late, for Sweden, and those are going, that we're really excited about them. If you'd like to know more about the Creative Climate Leadership Programme, let me know, because we'll be doing quite a few this year. So as you go into your morning, one of the questions is about what has kept us back. And for me, it is really simple. It is, of course, that structurally we're a bit stuck. But actually, I think it is also that at the heart of this, the nexus of climate action is a great reckoning. It is about justice. It is about reparations and regeneration. And it is also about culture and how we can mediate cultural values in a different way. That means that you need to be at the centre of climate solutions, acting as though all our lives have depended on it, because of course they do. And the last thing to say is that everything counts. I said this before, but it really doesn't matter where you are. As long as what you do is you go on that journey, it will take you into really dark places of the soul, these dark nights. Inevitably, we will go there. Inevitably, we'll feel inadequate. Inevitably, we will feel lost. But as Simon says, I've been in this for ages, as he. I have come across the best people in the world, the most wit, the most wisdom, the most joy, the most orientating around love and care and compassion. I would not be anywhere else. I wish Julie was younger. I wish she was much younger, because this is the journey of our lifetimes. So whatever you're doing, just carry on, do it. There is such great community and connection here, and you couldn't be doing anything more exciting. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Alison. I think we needed a bit of a lift after a sort of slightly gloomy outlook in the sort of most recent discussions. So we're going to now move to the breakout groups. The task is on the screen there for you to refer to it. As in the previous breakout groups, it's a chance really to talk about, you know, a whole range of issues that you feel need to be addressed. This gives a structure. If you can appoint one person as note taker and they can take some notes on their phone and email them to Beth, NMDC, we'll be able to collate all of that. So it's an update on flip charts, I suppose, more effective. So we've got up just slightly less than an hour. You don't have to take the whole time, but often I think you find the time goes quite quickly once you get discussing. If you're only in a small group, just join some other tables. Perhaps if you're entirely with people you were with yesterday, maybe even move around and meet some new people. Okay, thanks. And when it comes to lunch, I won't declare lunch, just go to lunch, but do go to the Carbon Lounge, and also do avail yourself of some of the behind-the-scenes tours of the Whitworth or in the gardens that are available. Thank you.
just before breaking for lunch, I just wanted to remind you of the time for the tours. So 1:15, there's garden tours and curatorial tours starting down in Gallery 3 by those lecterns. Okay, enjoy your lunch.
Apparently, there's a new study that says that if you're a woman, you're 30% more likely to die on an operating table if you're performed on by a man.
Really?
Because they're
Also, apparently,
less unsure, and you also get some weird biases.
apparently black women are more likely to
That's a big
die in
one.
childbirth by 4 times. 4 times more likely to die in childbirth.
Childbirth.
I thought you were going to say Mcgurk.
Lots of things to be happy about as a woman. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't want to get to know. No, you can do
Yes, I can. How are you, Nick? Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We'll make a start again now. Sorry to interrupt all your conversations, but we'll move to the afternoon session now. As you know, in planning this conference, one of the things we wanted to do was to bring to your attention some examples of what we thought was really outstanding practice internationally, and we've heard this morning from colleagues in Australia, and we very much also wanted you to hear from Richard Piacentini, who's Chief Executive of the Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Gardens, which are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He's actually been leading a sort of green transformation of that institution since 1994. Which is pretty impressive, I must say. So I think you will be seeing an example, perhaps one that we can't get to ourselves immediately, but what happens when you have a long-term commitment to organisational transformation on all levels. So as before, Richard's pre-recorded his talk. He is live and listening and waiting, and then when the talk is finished, we'll go to live questions, which he'll respond on the screen. So, okay, now play the recording.
Hello, I'm Richard Piacentini, President and CEO for Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Gardens. And thank you for inviting me to speak with you today about cultivating climate leadership and evolving an institution to address climate change. I'd like to start by sharing some reflections on the COP26 meeting, then give you a brief introduction to Phipps and our journey to become more sustainable. I'd like to talk about the important. Hello, I'm Richard Piacentini, President and CEO for Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Gardens. And thank you for inviting me to speak with you today about cultivating climate leadership and evolving an institution to address climate change. I'd like to start by sharing some reflections on the COP26 meeting, then give you a brief introduction to Phipps and our journey to become more sustainable. I'd like to talk about the importance of regenerative thinking, and then look at climate change as a symptom of the problem and explore addressing climate change and leading by example. I'd like to introduce the Climate Toolkit, which is a collaborative effort by cultural organizations to address climate change. And then finally, I'd like to close by inviting you to join us in this effort. I spoke at the COP26 meeting last November, and what struck me at that meeting was how little represented museums were at that conference. And I think this is a big oversight, because I don't think climate change is going to be solved with top-only down solutions, just like I don't think it'll be solved with bottom-up only solutions. It's going to require both. And I think museums can play a vital role in engaging their hundreds of millions of visitors a year to become aware of and engaged in addressing climate change. I think we should be at the table, and I think we can make a big difference. Phipps Conservatory is located in southwest Pennsylvania in the city of Pittsburgh. It opened in 1893 and was a gift to the city of Pittsburgh by Henry Phipps, who was one of Andrew Carnegie's partners in the steel business. It was given at a time when people thought there was no limit to the amount of pollution we could produce or the amount of natural resources we could use. In fact, people thought we were going to conquer nature. Now, fortunately, today, many of us realize that that's not true. But nevertheless, that's the context that it was given, and it provided an important role in the city by providing a place for people to get away from the smoky skies and be able to enjoy the beauty of nature. The city of Pittsburgh ran the conservatory for 100 years, and then in 1993, after steel collapsed in the region, they realized they could no longer afford to run the conservatory, so they spun it off to a nonprofit organization. We immediately came up with a three-phase master plan to improve visitor amenities and replace dilapidated facilities. That led to our building three very green buildings. The first was our LEED certified visitor center, and that opened in 2005. It was the first LEED certified visitor center in a botanical garden. In 2006, we opened our new production greenhouses, which were the first greenhouses to get LEED Platinum certification on the existing buildings program. And later that year, we opened our Tropical Forest Conservatory, which is one of the most energy efficient conservatories in the world. And it's really quite remarkable. Even though that's a giant south-facing glass wall, it's 100% passively cooled, and it never gets hotter inside than it is outside. In 2012, we opened the Center for Sustainable Landscapes, which is considered to be one of the greenest buildings in the world. It met the Living Building Challenge, which is the most rigorous green building standard in the world. It met LEED Platinum. It met WELL Platinum. It was the first building to get WELL Platinum certified, which is a measure of how buildings affect human health. It was the first project to get Sites Platinum certified, which is like LEED for landscapes. It was the first building in the U.S. to get BREEAM Outstanding certification for operations and maintenance. It received 3-star Fitwel certification, which is another measure of how buildings affect human health, and it also was certified as a zero energy building. We followed that building with 2 other net zero energy buildings. In 2015, we opened the Nature Lab, which is a modular classroom, and in 2018, we opened the Exhibit Staging Center, which is a renovation of an old public works yard. Some other highlights from our sustainable journey include in 2005, we switched to 100% renewable energy on our entire campus. In 2006, we got rid of all the plastic disposable serviceware in our cafe. In 2009, we got rid of bottled water. In 2010, we began to offset all the carbon we produce to heat our buildings with carbon offsets. In 2015, we divested from fossil fuel investments in all of our investments. And in 2017, we expanded that to ESG socially responsible investments. In 2018, we began to focus on reducing single-use plastic, and in 2019, we switched our cafe menu so that it is now more than 70% vegetarian and vegan. Now, as all of this progressed, the way we started to look at the world also changed as well. And I'd like to share with you this chart from Carol Sanford, where she talks about 4 different paradigms of how we interact with the world. And the first model she talks about is the extractive model. In this model, a person sees the world as fragments there for the taking, and it's all about them. They're going to take what they get, and they don't care who they hurt or what they hurt in the process. This is how a lot of Western societies work, and if you take it to the extreme, it becomes colonialism. The next model is called the less bad model. And in this model, people still see the world as fragments, but now they're trying to stabilize them. It's not just about me anymore, it's about us, and we're starting to see some interconnectedness. This is where the environmental movement started. We started to think about how can we be less bad, and we started to think about reduce, reuse, and recycle. The third model is called the do-good model. In this model, the person still sees the world as fragments, but now they're trying to improve them. And they're starting to see reciprocity. The fourth model is called the regenerative model. In the regenerative model, we don't see the world as fragments. We see it as wholes, and we see everything as a whole that's nested within other wholes. And it's not about me anymore, it's about us, and it's all about relationships and nurturing those relationships with everyone else and everything else on the planet. This is how a lot of Indigenous people think, and this is the way that we're trying to work at Phipps Conservatory. There are 7 first principles of regeneration, but I'd like to share 4 of them with you. The first is this idea of reciprocity, where we recognize where we operate within living dynamic systems, and the processes and exchanges need to be mutually beneficial. There's this idea of nestedness, where we understand our role as being embedded in larger and lesser systems. Then there's essence, where we recognize that each individual is unique, and each species is unique, and each individual of each species is unique. The last is this idea of development, where we recognize that we need to increase the capacity of everything and everyone to be vital and viable based on their own individual essence. The framework we use is called the Living System Stakeholders. Now, a typical business may focus only on their investors, but when we think of the world from a regenerative point of view, we recognize that we have 5 different stakeholders. We have our investors, which in our case as a nonprofit, it means our donors. We have our users, who are our visitors and the people who take our programs. We have our community, which is the community around our Pittsburgh. And then we have our co-creators, which are our staff and our volunteers. And last, we have the planet Earth. In regenerative thinking, we try to add equal value to all 5 stakeholders in everything that we do. Another framework we use is called 3 lines of work. And in this framework, we start in the center with the self and focus on what are the things that we need to do to be proficient in the areas that we're responsible for. We then ask that person to think about the organization and the organization's goals and getting out of their silo and recognize that they work with other departments, and collectively we have goals that we can achieve as an organization. We then look at the third line of work was the effect on the whole, which in our case is our community, and how can we as an organization have a positive impact on our community and the work that we do. We also try to take a long-term view in everything that we do, and a good example of this is with the building project. If you look at this was a study that was done by the Packard Foundation several years ago, but they looked at the difference in cost between a traditional market rate building and a living building challenge building. And if you look at the market rate building on the lower level, you can see that there's very little energy efficiency or any kind of green standards in this building, and it's also relatively inexpensive to build. $10 million in construction costs, $1.3 million in design and fixtures, furniture, and equipment. If you look at the upper section where you see a living building challenge building, you can see the construction cost is more, $12.9 million, as well as the design and the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. In fact, in this particular scenario, a living building challenge building is about $4 million more expensive to build than a market rate building. Now, many people would look at that and say, well, that's a very poor return on investment. I'm going to stick with the market rate building. However, we try to take a long-term view. We try to understand what is the impact of this building on the organization 30, 60, 100 years from now. And if you look at the numbers in the red circles, you can see that impact. And the lower level, the market rate building over 100 years is going to cost $348 million to operate. If that building was built as a living building challenge building, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, it would cost about $20 million to operate. That's a huge difference, and that's something that we think is really important because even though 100 years from now I won't be around to see it, I want to make sure that I leave my organization in the best situation possible so that it can succeed in the future. And I would much rather see them spend that $320 million difference on programs for the community instead of for operations. It's also important to understand what is the problem we're trying to solve. You know, several years ago I heard a statistic that said that if everyone in the world were to try to live the lifestyle we enjoy in the United States, it would take 5 planets worth of resources to do that. Well, that's obviously not possible. So we need to be smarter. We need to be smarter the way we live and the way we interact with the world. So if you look at the situation we are in now, our unsustainable use of natural resources is leading to such things as climate change, habitat destruction, loss of biodiversity, environmental racism, and global inequities. But these are not the problem. These are a symptom of the problem. The real problem is the lifestyles we lead that puts pressure on the planet, resulting in these symptoms. We can say the same thing about human health. Many of our major afflictions, such as cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and obesity, are linked to the lifestyles we lead. We need to recognize that human and environmental health are totally interconnected, and we need to do everything we can to maximize those important relationships. In October of 2018, the Stockholm Resilience Center produced a report called Transformation is Feasible. And in this report, they recognize that many people believe it's important that we meet the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. But they said nobody's ever actually looked at how we're going to achieve them. So they decided to model 4 different scenarios on how we can meet the Sustainable Development Goals. In the first model, they called the same. It would be business as usual. In the second model, they called faster. They said, let's focus on achieving higher economic growth. In the third model, they said harder. They said, let's try harder on all fronts and really devote our resources to meeting as many of the goals as we possibly can. And the fourth model they called smarter. And in this model, they realized that we need to completely change the way we do things. And we need bold transformational policies on how we live and operate. So they ran these models out to the year 2050, and what they found is that the smarter scenario is the one that achieved the highest number of Sustainable Development Goals. But what was even more important was they looked at the impact on the planet, and they found only one of them, the smarter scenario, actually kept us out of planetary distress with such things as global warming, pollution, and loss of biodiversity. In fact, not only did the smarter keep us out of the red zone, it actually started to reverse some of the damage that we've already done. So what do we mean by this word transformation? Well, I think regenerative thinking is an excellent example of transformational thought. And if we can apply these principles of regenerative thinking to the way we live and operate our organizations, we can have a positive impact in helping to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and improve human and environmental health. I'd like to share a few examples with you from FIPS about how we engage our visitors by leading by example. In 2005, FIPS switched to 100% renewable energy for our entire campus. So several years ago, we decided to see if we can get our visitors to make the switch too. We created a green power drive, where we created a relationship with a green power company where we sold them memberships at a discount in bulk that they could use as incentives for visitors who switched to green electricity. In 3 years, we had over 5,500 families switch to green electricity. The other thing I think is really important is to show people what good looks like. I talked earlier about the Center for Sustainable Landscapes as being one of the greenest buildings in the world. It is a fabulous building for us to work in. I think this is an area that demonstrates, a mistake that we made many years ago when we started the environmental movement, where we made people feel like if you wanted to be green, if you wanted to be sustainable, you had to give things up. You were going to be uncomfortable. Nobody desires to be uncomfortable. If we want people to switch to sustainable ways of living, we have to show them it's better than what they're doing right now, and that the grass really is greener on the other side. It's also important that we communicate climate change and solutions to people in ways that they can understand. You hear a lot of people talking about climate change and the tons of carbon dioxide that are being produced by various activities. Well, what does a ton of carbon dioxide look like? Do you know? I certainly don't know. So one of the things we did is we said, the typical Pennsylvania household produces about 7 tons of carbon dioxide each year to power their home. That's the equivalent of burning 16 barrels of oil. So we lined our front walkway with 16 oil barrels so we could talk to people about if you were to burn all these barrels of oil, that's how much carbon dioxide you produce each year by powering your home. And that would actually spurred a lot of people to think about switching to green electricity. I think we have a tremendous opportunity here to harness the power of botanical gardens and museums. We represent some of the most trusted organizations in our communities, and together we have the power to impact hundreds of millions of visitors a year. And that's why we created the Climate Toolkit as a way for gardens, museums, and zoos to be able to share, mentor, and learn from each other about various ways that they're addressing climate change. And the toolkit is divided into 9 different areas where organizations can work to reduce the amount of carbon they produce and their impact on climate change. Now I have to tell you, when we first started the toolkit, we were approaching it from a do-good point of view, where we were telling everyone these are all the things that you need to do in your organization to address climate change. And we didn't get very many people to sign up. But then we switched to a regenerative point of view, and we started to recognize that every organization and every community and every bioregion is unique. And we needed to allow these organizations to figure out what makes the most sense in their community and in their region, where they can have the greatest impact on addressing climate change, and then use that as an opportunity to increase the capacity of everyone in their community to help to work on the solutions as well. That change made a big difference, and we now have 52 different organizations that have joined the Climate Toolkit, including botanical gardens and arboreta, zoos, aquaria, art, history, and natural history museums as well. The Climate Toolkit's website is designed to help you identify institutions that are working in areas of most interest to you. For example, if you clicked on the energy button, all of the institutions that have made major commitments to addressing energy issues will show up. So for example, the Anchorage Museum has committed to having all their new buildings be zero energy by the year 2023. And the California Indian Museum and Cultural Center has switched to 100% renewable energy. For water, the California Botanic Garden is reducing their municipal water use by 25%. And the Montreal Botanical Garden is committed to reducing potable water for irrigation by 25% by 2023. For food service, the New York Botanical Garden has 40% of their food service being vegetarian or vegan, and the North Carolina Botanical Garden has 10% of all their food purchases coming from within 100 miles. For transportation, the San Diego Botanical Garden's fleet is 25% electric, and the Horniman Museum and Gardens is incentivizing sustainable visitor travel. For waste, the Science Museum in Minnesota has eliminated single-use plastic, and the Green Bay Botanical Garden has eliminated the sale and use of bottled water. For landscapes and horticulture, the Key West Tropical Forest and Botanical Garden is supporting reforestation, and the Smithsonian Gardens has 25% of their garden equipment is electric. For investments, the Norfolk Botanical Garden has divested from fossil fuels, and the New York Botanical Garden has invested in socially responsible investments. For visitors, the Morton Arboretum assists visitors to switch to renewable energy, and the Oakland Zoo and Conservation Society is educating all on the importance of food choices. The Climate Toolkit provides quarterly webinars as a free service to keep the conversation going on the various toolkit goals. We have several other ways that people can connect as well. We have a blog where we explore what other organizations are doing to address climate change. And then we also just recently started a listserv where people can ask questions directly to other organizations. One of the more recent activities we've been involved in is getting young people involved. We started the Youth Climate Initiative here. It's in the pilot phase at FIPS right now, where we want to support young people in their efforts to address climate change and do that by connecting them to the work that we're doing through our organization. The idea here is to share this model with other organizations, other museums next year, so that they can start to create youth climate advisory committees too, and then connect all these youth through our museums and the Climate Toolkit so that they can share ideas of things that they're doing as well. What a change and what a contrast for us at FIPS. Our original conservatory opened in 1893, and it's probably one of the best examples of the worst kinds of buildings you could possibly build. A single pane glass house designed to grow tropical plants in a temperate climate. And yet on the very same campus, we now have some of the greenest buildings in the world. We can make a difference. We need to think regeneratively and enhance all the relationships we have with everyone and everything else on the planet. We need to address things as a lifestyle issue and lead by example. We need to take a long-term view in everything that we do. And we need to work collaboratively, using things like the toolkit to share, mentor, and learn from each other. And we need to inspire our constituents. We need to support a bottom-up approach to addressing climate change, and I think this is something that every organization can be involved in. And I'd like to close by thanking you for inviting me to speak with you today, and I'd like to invite you to join the Climate Toolkit and work with us to make a difference in this world. Thank you.
Okay, I hope we can now switch to Richard joining us live. Just wait for a moment. But I'm sure, I think you'll agree that was another really fantastic and inspiring example of people who've been thinking about these issues for quite a long time. Richard, thank you. Thank you so much. That we were just saying what an inspiring talk that was, and how amazed we are about the longevity of your work and its range. We're going to open up now. We've got some roving microphones in the room. First question, anybody? Yep, Sam at the back.
Hi, my name's Sam. I work at National Museum Scotland. Richard, that was, as Nick said, really inspiring. But what was difficult? I was asking you what were the challenges you faced. We've heard about all the achievements. What was, those of us in the kind of thick of it, what can you say about the challenges you faced and how you overcame them?
I think probably one of the first challenges was cost and people being concerned about cost. And we decided that our values were really important and that we needed to set our goals to reflect our values and that we would figure out ways around the cost. And so we didn't let that become a barrier to us. But I think that was probably the initial thing that, particularly like, I remember one time when we wanted to get rid of the plastic disposables in our cafe and things like bottled water. We don't want to sell soda and other junk food. And our cafe operator said to us, "Do you realize we make a lot of money on selling that stuff?" And I said, "Well, that's not the way we want to make money." And so we just figured out a way around it so that we could get rid of that stuff and make sure that, that we were operating our cafe so it was consistent with the way we think about the world.
Thank you. Any more questions? I think you've stunned a lot of us into silence because you're so comprehensive. I suppose one of my thoughts, it looks like you've been on this journey for at least 28 years now. What's next?
Well, we are continuing to look at how can we be more regenerative in the way we do things. We're certainly not perfect in everything that we're doing, but I think it's become a real transformation, not only for me, but for the entire staff. They really are excited and they're really charged up with this. They really see that we are doing things that really, that matter in the world and they're a part of it. And really try to get everybody on board with thinking this way. It's still a journey, but it's been really exciting for us. And, and I have to say, you mentioned it's 28 years. We didn't start out this whole, really envisioning where we were going to be at the end. We started small. We started with, building some green buildings, starting to make them be a little bit more efficient. We started with this idea of being less bad. We then progressed to trying to do good. And then we realized that on the surface of it, you might say, well, do good is good. Why wouldn't you stop there? The problem with do good is that it requires, what it implies is that you're deciding what's good and you're trying to impose your view of good on everyone else. And I think the beauty of regenerative thinking is that you start to realize that everyone is unique, every institution is unique, every community is unique, and you really need to allow them to express their own essence and find the solutions and make the most sense for them. So I really feel that this whole idea of regenerative thinking and really trying to, appreciate that and to really look for how to enhance those relationships is really the most critical discovery that we've made along the way, and something that we're continuing to work on every day with all of our staff.
Thank you. Yep, there's a question back there, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Allahead from the Association of Independent Museums. I really liked the slide on the principles of regenerative thinking and wondered if you could say a bit more about how you apply them and what it looks like to use those principles in decision making.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of the times we use the frameworks, which helps us really focus our thought on those principles. For example, I showed the 5 stakeholders. It's so easy to get caught up when you're doing things to focus on one area, whether it be your investors or donors or your users or your community. But it's really important to think about all 5 of your stakeholders at any one time and making sure you're adding value to them at the same time. There's another framework that we use that's called the law of 3, which recognizes that quite often in doing things, you have an activating force and you'll come up against a restraining force. And the typical reaction when there's something like that happens is to try to figure out how to compromise or reach a consensus. Well, when you reach a compromise or consensus, that means that everybody lost something. So in regenerative thinking, we try to see if there's a way to reconcile that conflict to reach greater potential. A good example of that most recently was with the pandemic. When the pandemic hit our institution, I think we saw a lot of organizations when they saw their institutions coming up against this restraining force, the pandemic. They started to cut back on staffing. They started to shut down operations. We said, can we use this as an opportunity to come out better? So we started, instead of laying off staff, we started to look at trying to find all kinds of work that we can have them do in the interim. We started to look at all these projects that were on the back burner. We had them going through, looking at reconciling our databases, our photo files, designing future exhibits and shows. And when we found work for everyone for the first 3 months when we were closed, when the pandemic first hit. So what happened was, by the time we were able to reopen, we found that we were actually our organization was actually stronger than when we first went into the pandemic. So it's it's this idea of not focusing on problems, but actually focusing on potential. And I think that's another example of how you can use some of these principles to really make your organization better in the long run.
We're getting more questions now as people get their heads around. Yeah.
I'm interested to know whether the Board of Governors or whoever your governing body is, how they thought about this from the very beginning. Was it a challenge to get them involved and get it through them, if you like?
That's a really good question. When we first started this, I don't know if you're familiar with LEED, but LEED is the dominant green building standard in the United States right now. And back in the late 1990s, when LEED was first coming out, some of my board members got very excited about the fact that we were going to go for LEED certification. We achieved that. And then we started to raise the bar. Every project we did, we raised the bar a little bit more and a little bit more until we eventually built a building at zero energy and meets the Living Building Challenge. Along the way, they started to get very excited about seeing us getting some national recognition for some of the things that we were doing. So it wasn't really that hard for us to say, okay, we're going to go a little bit further next time. In fact, I remember one time, when we first started this 3-phase master plan, where we built our first phase was our visitor center. The second phase was replacing our production greenhouses, building a new tropical forest conservatory and a special events hall. And the third phase was that Living Building Challenge building, the Center for Sustainable Landscapes, and all those other buildings on the lower campus. Well, that was all supposed to be part of a $36 million campaign when we started. But in the early 2000s, when primarily, I think, driven a lot by when China was expanding and they were buying up a lot of the concrete and other resources, and the price of concrete and steel started to really rise. We found our project becoming very, very expensive. It was costing millions of dollars more than we expected. And I had to go to my board and say to them, we have to make a choice here, because we were right in the middle of phase 2. And I said, we can either cut everything to the bone and cut out all the green things all the green initiatives out of these projects if you want to do all 3 phases for the 36 million. Or my suggestion is, let's do phase 1 and 2 right, and we'll put phase 3 off till the future. And they agreed. I didn't expect them to agree that easily, but they agreed. They got really excited that we were doing these things, and it just, every step of the way, I think they just were brought along with this process. And I think they also saw the way it was changing, the way we were thinking about how we interact with the world, and they got very excited about how this was positioning us as a leader in our community. So lots of things coming together. It was, doing things a little bit at a time, but always raising the bar and bringing everyone along with you as we started to do it.
And we had a question at the back there.
You gave a really, really full explanation of your journey, and recognizing that for many of us in the room, we're sort of starting out. And I was very interested in the regenerative idea, and I was just wondering whether you had any tips for us. Thinking if you were starting now, rather with everything that you know, whether you've got any tips for us in the ways in which we might approach our journeys.
I think 2 things here. One is you could probably look up some of the books that were written by Carol Sanford, or look for some of her videos online. She's really been the inspiration for a lot of our regenerative thinking here at FIPS. The other is, that's one of the reasons why we started the Climate Toolkit, because everybody has to start somewhere. And we really wanted to make it easier for people to learn from other museums that have actually started to do some of these things. I mean, why reinvent the wheel, right? If you're an institution and you want to figure out how can we reduce our energy, you can go to the toolkit, look up all the different organizations that have made a commitment to reducing their energy. You can click on them, find the one that makes the most sense for you, call them. You know, one of the requirements, there's no charge to be involved with the Climate Toolkit. The only thing we ask you to do is that you have to agree that if anybody asks you, you'll tell them what you did and how you did it, and you help them. And because, I mean, that's what we should all be at. We are a community of museums. We should be helping each other be the best we can. And like I said, why reinvent the wheel? And everybody has to start somewhere. Find something on the toolkit that makes sense to you. Try it, share it with other people. You know, the next time, pick something else and just start your journey.
Thank you. And your question, yeah, Paul here.
Thank you, Richard. One of my takeaways from this two-day conference is that as a species, we need to do less, and we've been preoccupied with growth for too many years. One of my observations of your presentation, though, is how much capital project expansion you had over a sort of 15, 20-year period, which just felt like an enormous expansion of your estate. So how did you reconcile, I guess, that what feels like massive capital expansion growth with having less environmental impact?
Oh, that's a very good question. Most of the work that we've done recently, the last 3 buildings that we built were all zero energy buildings. All of the carbon, we did carbon offsets for all the construction for those buildings. You know, we have to, we live in this world, we have to be able to, you know, have offices, be able to do programs, things like that. We just have to figure out a way to do it in such a way that it's much better for the planet. And I think that's one of the reasons why we follow some of the certification systems, because they help guide us in trying to make some of the right choices. I think one of the best ones is the Living Building Challenge. I would encourage everyone to take a look at that. It is a very difficult certification program to go through. There's only 30 buildings in the world that have been certified as Living Building Challenge buildings. But you can actually look at that and really get a good understanding of how can you do things in such a way that they have a minimal impact on the planet, they have a positive impact, and actually are very close to moving us in a regenerative way of living. So I would suggest that you could look at something like that.
Okay, any more questions? If not, we're perfectly on schedule. So thank you again very much, Richard, for recording your presentation and joining us live for the questions. I know from the expressions of everyone in the room, which you can't see, I'm afraid, is that everybody did find that really inspiring. And we hope to be able to meet you in person at some time to talk again about the wonderful work that you're doing at the FIPS.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And Nick, if you could please share my email address with everyone. I'd love to hear from everyone what they're doing, and happy to answer any other questions that they might have.
We will do, certainly. Thank you very much, and thanks again, Richard.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. So moving on. We're going to gather a few of us onto the chairs at the front, but before we do that, we're going to actually set the tone a bit by watching a film called Climate Action Needs Culture by Creative Carbon Scotland, produced for COP26. So we'll watch the film and then we'll gather.
From birth to death, the stories we tell shape the way we see the world. Some positive, some negative, some clouded with misinformation. Right now, we're seeing a world that's changing in unprecedented ways. I grew up in Scotland, but my family comes from Nigeria, so cultural heritage means a lot to me. I've also seen firsthand the devastating impact of our changing climate. When the nations of the world come together in Glasgow, what will be the stories we tell of COP26? Reaching net zero in a world adapted to a changed climate will require massive global transformation. Changes to society and lifestyle that for many are hard to imagine. But without culture providing a new positive vision of the future, can we actually create it? The pictures on our screens still reinforce lifestyles which make high carbon living normal and aspirational. These stories need to change, as the story of slavery has changed. Without new stories, we risk repeating the mistakes of the past and are failing to adapt to the future. Is culture the secret weapon for climate policy makers? A powerful force to shift society's embedded thinking and transform the status quo that's only working for a small minority. Artists, historians, librarians and curators think differently. They bring different imaginations, skills and experiences that can help other professionals think outside the usual boxes. Art and culture is not only a mirror to hold up to society, but as Brecht said, a hammer with which to shape it. Museums, galleries, libraries and historic environments. These powerful memory institutions help us understand previous transitions in society. They remind us that things haven't always been the way they are today and have the power to paint a new vision of the future. People come together in cultural spaces to explore, learn and think differently. To think collectively. Big cultural spaces can help us think bigger. And small community spaces provide practical knowledge and resources for local adaptation and resilience. Spaces where people learn new skills and rediscover old ones, where they debate new ideas and share traditional wisdom. Economists, scientists and politicians can't fix the climate emergency on their own. They can't change the way people think, and that's what's required. Climate change needs culture change, and cultural players are waiting to help. Armed with powerful skills, resources and audiences. So let's harness their energy and commitment by bringing culture front and centre to climate policy. Let's use our amazing cultural spaces to support a bold and just transition. Decisions over the next decade will shape the future of humanity. The choice to exclude our cultural resources or embrace them could be the most important story of them all.
Could I ask speakers to come up and grab a seat? Brilliant. Okay, last session of the day. No presentations from here on in. just a bit of grappling and hopefully lots of conversation around, well, is it called climate leadership, cultural leadership? Maybe we'll talk a bit about that. But first of all, let me introduce the panel. Well, I'll introduce me first. I'm Esme Ward and I'm Director of Manchester Museum. And actually what I wanted to do on this panel was not bring people who are working day-to-day in museums or running them, but actually those who are working maybe a bit more across the sector and probably working with a wide range of museums and other cultural workers, because I just thought they might have insight that would be useful for us to share their reflections and observations. So I'm delighted to introduce a few folks. So can you just say who you are and a bit about your work? And Ben, we'll start with you.
Okay, I'm Ben Twist, and I'm the Director of Creative Carbon Scotland. And the film is not just from us, I should say. It's from a number of organisations, some of whom are here today. So, Creative Carbon Scotland, we work throughout Scotland with cultural organisations, mostly the subsidised arts, but we do a little bit in screen, museums as well. And we create collaborative networks of individuals, organisations and communities in the cultural and the climate change sectors. We bring the two together. Through our Green Arts programme, we help cultural organisations reduce their environmental impact and, crucially, we haven't spoken much about this, adapt to the impacts of climate change. And through our Culture Shift programme, we harness the influencing power of cultural organisations and the skills, knowledge and techniques of individual artists to change society and meet the challenge of climate change. We also lobby and research and do various other things.
Great, thank you. Bridget.
Hello, so I'm Bridget Mackenzie. I'm one of those people that Alison recognised as a creative climate leader, but I now call myself a regenerative culture leader. And I do that through 3 organisations. One is Flow Associates, my consultancy. And for example, we've just done research for the Science Museum Group on public attitudes to sustainable food. My other hat is being a co-founder of Culture Declares Emergency. And the third hat is setting up an experimental distributed museum called Climate Museum UK. And I'll talk more about that later.
Great. And last but not least, Hilary.
Thank you. So I'm Hilary Jennings, and I guess I'm here as Director of the Happy Museum, which has been a project in the museum sector since 2012. And we take the framing that we should be focusing on the well-being of people, place and planet as an alternative framing to our current frame, which is perhaps characterised by individualism, materialism and a focus on economic growth. And in that frame, we invite museums to come with us to explore what museums might do with that as their overriding ambition. And we've been working with museums across the UK. We've worked with about 50 museums over the last 10 years, various iterations of peer learning, commissioning, and we've got quite an extensive community of practice that we work with now. I also just want to say that I'm also a co-chair of the International Transition Movement, which is a global grassroots movement of communities around the world, kind of taking a bottom-up, change how we are, where we are approach. So I kind of bring that view as well into the conversation.
Great. Well, let's dive in. Shall we go with ethics to start, just to set a tone? So I suppose I'm thinking in our museum we're attempting to kind of develop a new ethics of care, thinking a bit about how we reframe how we care for our world and each other. And yesterday we heard some thoughts on sponsorship and funding as well. What do you see as the kind of key ethical issues for museums, both now and I suppose in the future?
I'm not going to talk about museums. I'll talk very briefly. I think that you can't disentangle climate from climate justice, and the intersection of climate change and inequality is one that we must never forget, and you can't disassociate them. The people who cause climate change, basically the people in this room, are mostly the people who can afford to buy themselves out of it and are least likely to be affected by it. The people who mostly didn't cause climate change are the ones who globally and locally, and it's really important to remember that, are the ones who are suffering most at the moment and will continue to suffer most. And of course, then you've got future generations and other species that are not involved at all at the moment and will be suffering even more greatly. So I think we can't even talk about climate change without talking about the ethics of that and the deep, deep intersection of the two. I've got nothing more to say, I think.
Yes, I agree with you, and I'd add that maybe in order to really do ethical work, that museums actually need to ask themselves how they sit in an ecosystem of relationships with extractive ecocidal industries, with regimes that are warlike and indeed, in fact, actually making war. For example, donors that are wealthy and have made their money from oil. So, it's about thinking about those relationships and to what extent you, are civil and engage with people who profit from, death and destruction. So, there's that, and then there is also the importance of recognizing that climate change, ecocide, and oil wars are the main cause of migration. And so, what are we doing to support migrants and to support more broadly the ethics of care for people who are in, displacement and also, people who have been historically displaced from legacies of biocolonialism. So this issue is, museums are the place where we can explore and illuminate these histories of extraction and the continuity of them. And so our sustainability policies actually have to start with that, I would argue.
And so how can we be more transparent, more accountable, but also, just going back to Ben's point, really support and amplify, particularly those whose voices aren't at the forefront, maybe? What more should we be doing? And who's doing it well? Who do you look at, maybe elsewhere in the world, who you think actually they're really putting the work in and might provide some inspiration for the rest of us?
Well, I don't see the bigger museums doing this work very well. The best are the kind of smaller activist organizations like the Natural History Museum in America, which is not the Natural History Museum, it's a kind of activist organization. I could spend more time, listing them, but they exist, seek them out. But they are influencing work in bigger museums too.
And there's something really interesting, and I regret sounding a bit sort of dogmatic at the beginning there, so my apologies. And I think there's something really interesting about the way that we can use thinking about climate to also achieve some of our other aims in terms of equalities and so on. And one thing that's interesting about climate justice is that one of the areas that's important about climate justice is that all parts of society need to be enabled to participate in the discussion and the decision making. So it's not about us without us, if you like. And at the moment, I think that's a big problem, that for the most part, disadvantaged communities, globally and locally, are not at the table. They're not invited there. And quite possibly they may not feel, but others may not feel, they have the skills and, if you like, the social capital that enables them to fully participate in the debate and the decision-making, the language and so on. And I think there's a lot of evidence over the years that cultural participation, cultural activity, builds social capital for individuals, for communities and so on. So I think there's something really interesting there about the way in which we can make stronger connections with communities and individuals, which will help enable a wider range of people to really genuinely participate in the climate debate. But then also we need to create those opportunities for participation in the climate debate. And I'm not a museums person, but it does seem to me that museums offer that very effectively, far more than the rest of the bit of the world I work in.
Yeah, Ben, you and I had a chat about time span. Do you want to just tell people, because it sounds to me that's exactly what they're doing at the moment.
Yes, and I confess I don't know that much about this. Just as a little introduction, we at Creative Carbon Scotland, if you look up climatebeacons.com, I think it is, you'll find a project that we're facilitating called Climate Beacons. And one of which is 7 partnerships between cultural and civic society and research organisations and what have you in 7 parts of Scotland, one of which is in the far north, so probably further than most of you know exist in Scotland. There's a small museum art centre called Timespan there, and interestingly what they're working on through their beacon with Lythe Arts Centre and others is about land rights and migration, because it's an area where land rights through the clearances and so on, but also migration to and from that extraordinary area has been a big historical and current activity. So I think what they are doing is opening up that debate for a wide range of people, the arts people who would normally go to Lythe Arts Centre, and it's an area of, I think it's one of the areas with the most PhDs per square mile or per head of population or something, because of Dounreay experimental nuclear station nearby. But also there's a much more indigenous population of people who worked the land, continue to work the land, their families are from there and fishing and so on. So it's a very rural location. And so I think they're managing to bring a number of different groups together to understand what that migration is about, to understand what land rights are about, not only there, but also globally. And so I think it's a really interesting case where they're, I would say, empowering and enabling people to take part in that debate.
Yeah, so one of the things that's interesting, you use the phrase opening up, and I just wonder how often as museums we engage people on our terms rather than theirs. One of the things that's really struck us is opening up a top floor of the museum for others to come in. We're learning so much, changing everything we do. And Hilary, can you just reflect a bit on the process some of the museums you've worked with have gone on? So we keep hearing the phrase, rightly, everything is connected. Can you just talk to us a bit about what that means for those museums, because I know the journey that they're on.
Yeah, I think we started in the early days of Happy Museum with the principle create mutual relationships, which was really trying to unpick the kind of power balance between a traditional museum and its audience, where the invitation was to come into the museum and experience what the museum was offering, and turning that on its head and seeing participants and museum practitioners on an equal footing, but with different experience, but equal status. And obviously there's a huge amount of work now in the sector around co-production and co-creation, but it was slightly more edgy at the time, I think, to be thinking that way. And I guess some of the museums that, some of the projects that museums work on now are much more in response to community rather than even going out and asking community. I mean, I know you did the rubbish night at the museum here, where you were approached by local people who had concerns around waste. And at the Beanie in Canterbury, they did a project around air quality. And in Ceredigion, they're doing projects related to upland sheep farming, which is a very contentious local issue. So it's very much responsive to and working with communities who are coming to the museum saying, these are the issues that are of concern to us. Can you help us explore those using your space, your collections, and so on?
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question I always like to ask, which is, if I gave you a magic wand, what one thing would you change tomorrow? I'm assuming to go towards, kind of move towards a bold and just transition. Sorry, just to be clear.
Yeah, I'd completely get rid of economic growth as the goal of our current system. I think I was reading Donella Meadows' systems approach, which unpicks how you change a system, and the 2 top levers for change in any system that is out of whack, which ours is, are the goal and the paradigm. And currently our goal is, in pretty much every country in the world, is to keep maintaining economic growth. And in this book, which I've just reading, Flourish, which is fantastic, it says that if we carry on with current levels of economic growth of 3%, the economy will increase by 25 times I think it's 20, anyway, it'll increase by double, it'll double in size in 25 years. And if you think what that's going to do to our carbon emissions, that's just not possible. And so what we should be looking at is other ways to measure growth as societies. And seriously, if we've got the whole global system is working towards something that is so unsustainable, and we don't really question it, we just try and operate within it, that's what I would change.
Indeed, we're incentivized to do it. Yeah. Okay, Bridget.
Hilary, you've stolen. Oh, hang on. Have I just switched off my is that better? No.
Stole your idea on your mic.
You stole my idea and my mic. No, she had my wish. I would just add that it's not just carbon footprint, that it's the full ecological footprint, that we use up the Earth's resources by August each year. But so, because she's taken my idea, I would ask for funding for our organisation, for Climate Museum UK, because this whole sector of culture and ecological engagement is extremely underfunded. There isn't actually really a recognised area of practice that gets funded. Many of us in our organisation are doing this voluntarily and on a very kind of underfunded freelance basis. We don't have, we deliberately don't want to have a building. I wouldn't necessarily agree with Richard Piacentini, which is that he said, we live in the world, we have to have offices. We don't actually want to have a building in Climate Museum UK because we don't think that's the way museums need to be anymore. We can take things into the spaces we already are, and we build our collections in our own studios and homes. So, but we're working in partnership with museums and wanting to offer more and more training and developmental work. And I know it does sound a bit selfish that I would like our organisation to have funding, but we're not a selfish organisation. I've given 4 or 5 years to it, without funding.
I think it's called Honest.
Honest, yeah.
Yeah, we'd like some funding too. We haven't got any funding at the moment either.
Oh, what the hell, so would we. Go on, Ben, over to you.
You need to move to Scotland because I've got funding. I've got 4, I'm afraid. The first one is no offsetting. And I thought in my magic wand, I'd talk about things that perhaps this group could do. So the first thing I was going to say is stop talking about offsetting. You need to cut. That's the first thing. The second thing, this might take a bit longer, but I think we need to stop talking about engagement and start talking about empowerment. So engaging audiences is all very well, but actually we need to empower them to act. The third, I would urge you, please, to stop talking just about emotion and communication, which is something, they're both very important, but also think about the ability of arts and culture to convene people, to bring them together, to promote, to help society think and to think better, I think, and particularly to help collaborative thinking. When you go to a museum, you go to a gallery, you go to a theatre, you set aside time in your busy week to do the same thing that the other people are doing there. You may not feel that necessarily, but it's a collaborative process. And I think climate change is not going to be solved by individual action, it's going to be solved by collaborative action. So that I think the concern about communication and emotion is that they're very fine things, but there's a thing called the value action gap in behavioral research, which says that we all want to do things, but then various problems get in the way and we don't achieve it. We don't achieve them. So we need to provide people with ways of doing things, and very often working together and providing solutions which people can do together is a big part of that. And my fourth one is, I think we've been missing, to some extent, over the last couple of days, we've been not talking about the superpower that these organizations have, which is our ability to influence, to change society. There's been a lot of talk, a great deal of very good talk, I should say, about carbon reduction and what have you, which is really important. But also there's an enormous power that museums, cultural organizations of all sorts have to really seek to change society. And I wrote something down earlier, which is, and this is me not in museums and a sort of daft laddie thing, so I apologize. But it does seem to, I apologize, but it does seem to me that museums could be, maybe are, an agent of change for a better world, rather than collections of materials, collections of things looking backwards. So I think that looking forward, it seems to me, is the crucial thing that cultural organisations of all sorts have. We can invent a better future and build that better future with our audiences and everybody who comes to see us. That may be very... I don't know enough about museums to know whether that's the wrong thing to say, but I've said it anyway.
Well, as an honorary professor of heritage futures, we always talk about how you would, in caring for the past, you're just staking a claim on what matters in the future. So I think that is, well, it certainly resonates with me. But I'm wondering. So you've sort of mentioned some of the things that you felt are missing over the last couple of days. So the elephants in the room, always good to name them. Are there other things that you feel, because there's a big one for me, but I'm interested, there are other things that you feel haven't come across, or maybe, you know, we want to do one of these again. So let's think about when we next reconvene, what might we start exploring? Maybe a bit less of the bins and light bulbs, I heard. Maybe more about how we're equipping both ourselves and collectively our visitors and communities. Are there any other things?
You go first. Okay, so I just want to mention a framework that I've been developing. I've created a toolkit. It's called Culture Takes Action. And this has 8 pathways of action. So this conference focuses on decarbonisation and how to inspire action. So that's 2 of the pathways. In this toolkit, you'll find other pathways which include decolonisation with an environmental mindset, supporting local community transition, and also cultural therapy, you know, helping people cope with change and trauma. So those are 3 of the possible pathways, and they are things I haven't really been hearing, you know, especially this aspect about helping people cope with change and trauma as, you know, the power of the fossil fuel industries, you know, and the impact of oil wars, the impact of climate change and ecocide, the impact of food shortages, and all of these have intersecting causes. You know, as these come to pass and affect our communities, as well as the most affected, more affected people in the global south, we are really going to need support and trauma-sensitive engagement with our audiences.
That's what I was going to say, absolutely. But yeah, Hilary.
I think the imagination. One of the superpowers that we have as humans is that we can imagine something and create what some people call a memory of the future, and then it becomes more real. Brian Eno talks about this. You create something and then it becomes more real and you can step forward into it. And our current media, and perhaps to some extent, you know, the things we see on television and film, don't give us a sense of the future. I was brought up with the future is going to be like Star Trek, with the doors going, you know, and it's all going to be, we're going to be out in space and it's all going to be clean and lovely. What we have now as visions of the future are not great, but if we can gather people together to create their own visions of the future. I've done this with Transition Network. We've got people in Battersea Arts Centre Town Hall and created a pop-up tomorrow over a day together. And then when you step away from it, you can't lose that sense of what it could be like. And I think the potential of museums to use their spaces and their convening power and facilitation to help people think what they would like the future to be like, and then step back and think about how they might take steps towards that. I think it's essential at the moment.
Great. I'm going to ask, because we've got these 3 up here, any questions from the floor? Anything you want to ask them from their perspective? Great. And I'm probably, have we got any spare mics? Oh, just at the front.
Very much. Sarah Custom, Sustainability Lead at the V&A. I just wanted to ask, it was mentioned, intersectionality was mentioned, and decolonisation, and what we could do if we reconvened. And I thought it was really interesting. I've looked at this conference of 120 people, and I've counted less than 10 who aren't white. So what do we do to engage other communities and audiences in terms of sustainability and the museum sector? Because I feel like a unicorn at the moment.
We face this a lot in Scotland. I can't speak about the museum sector, but it's a big issue in the subsidised arts sector in Scotland, that it's mostly educated white middle-class people producing work for educated white middle-class people. And we're doing a lot of work on this at the moment at Creative Carbon Scotland, and what we are focusing on, I think, is partnerships with people from outside the cultural sector, organisations from outside the cultural sector who are in those communities, in those networks and so on, that we can bring into the climate and culture discussion. If you invite me back in a year, I'll tell you whether we succeeded or not, but because we've been really struggling with this recently, and we've not succeeded yet, but we're really sort of strengthening our work on it.
Thank you for that question. I would suggest that we need to actually frame this area of practice as being about justice, and also being about people's basic needs and ensuring them into the future, and also integrating it with the inclusion agenda. You know, this is all about ensuring that we can continue life and continue well-being for all of our communities. And then I just think if you kind of broaden the debate and be much more inclusive and inviting in the languages that you use and the agendas in general, I just hope that it would diversify things.
I'm going to be very practical. I just think how you theme something. So go for themes that are common. And I know in a way this is a common theme because it's about museums. But if you talk about, if you were to say, it was interesting here in the Manchester. How does this look across Manchester, or how does this look if we're looking at food, or how does it? You know, theming around justice slightly differently can get a different group of people to want to have the conversation. And then I've got another idea around conference twinning, where you have a conference at the same time as a different group of people, and then perhaps meet for lunch and at different sessions.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on that last point, because I'm really mindful that we're all here in this room, wonderful as the Whitworth is, and currently in my museum, literally 10 minutes up the road on our top floor, we have an extraordinary group of young people called Rekindle School, who are a supplementary school for young people from Manchester, really diverse, amazing. The kids are all right, I'll put it like that, and they are grappling with all of this. So that's going on in that room, and I'm not sure that we're quite in the right room, if I'm honest. So part of the sense of this is a sector facing, but maybe we're a little bit stuck in our sector, and maybe that opening out across sectors might help us. But yeah,
actually, I was talking to Simon Curtis earlier about where GMAST comes from. And about 10 years ago, I attended an extraordinary event, which was Manchester: A Certain Futures, which was a sort of council-led thing, which was talking about how to reduce the carbon emissions of Manchester. And the extraordinary thing about it was that it was, it felt anyway, as I came from Scotland, a completely bottom-up thing. There were loads of people there from different communities, and there were allotment holders, and there were arts organisations, and there were the council and what have you. And it was, to be honest, it was quite a tough day for the council people. There was quite a lot of criticism and so on. But I do think that one of the interesting things about that it seemed to me then that it had formed a really strong bottom-up approach to climate change in Manchester. And what I see and hear about Manchester now is that that's been very strong, and that's continued in various ways. It was chaotic. It wasn't easy, I think, as I say, to control. But I think the really strong thing about it was that lack of control, that opening up to a degree of complexity and learning from each other, which was very, 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 very powerful. So I think there's something there that connects with what you've just been saying.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for another question from the floor, because they're really good and they're better than mine. So any more questions from the floor? No pressure. Yes, right at the back. Hiya. Oh. I'm not sure. I was wondering if there was any way where you could take
talk about maybe 3 or 4 subjects like growing food, speaking about the food that they bring from their own cultures, how all those ideas could be shared, having young children decide how they see the world and how they would solve the problems. If you engage them at a young enough age, and we have maybe circuits in a hall where people are prepared who are maybe retired or whatever, but prepared with these ideas inside our head. If we're the ones that have ruined the planet, are we a way of stepping forward and being able to put these ideas to try and amend our ways and talk to the young people about how do we find our way out of this? What's your ideas? If you engage them that way and get them involved in different things, so growing food, sharing food ideas, and cutting down how they use their activities, but you have to go into local areas like the areas around here in the schools. You have to go to them as outreach rather than trying to drag them into here.
Brilliant. So I'm going to try and summarise the question in case people couldn't hear it. So how do we particularly use volunteers, I think you said, to go into schools, to go where the kids are, and to actually start to have really meaningful workshops, conversations with them, particularly around growing food, and actually really get them thinking about kind of the life cycle of food and what it means in their lives in all its different and diverse forms. Is that a fair summary? Yeah, great. It sounds brilliant. Bridget, people doing it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy question to answer, but I want to say I agree that food is an absolutely central topic. You know, essentially, we only really need food and shelter, you know. So I think that you're right, that food is the absolutely best way to engage young people. And there's a report that I wrote with others that you can find on the Science Museum website about how museums can engage people with food. And I just also want to mention an organisation called The Great Imagining that is planning kind of 2-week takeovers with schools where an entire school would be involved in exploring these big issues of the earth crisis, with food as being one of those key questions. And there's, I think, chance for museums. You might already have heard from Deborah, who's running The Great Imagining. She wants museums to be involved.
And is that England? Is it
It's
4
England.
nations?
I'm not sure, actually. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Hilary?
Well, it's not a museum project, it's a project we did in my local transition group, but I find fixing and mending is another place where you get everyone's got something needs fixing. It's just somewhere where people come together. And we took a session to the local school. We did something called a broken assembly, and we asked the children to bring something that was broken and talk about how it could be mended, whether it could have been made better, whether you were able to mend it. And we were really surprised by the sophistication of their thinking around fixing and mending. And I think that the manufacturers need to be aware how astute the young people were about what they were being sold.
Great. I think part of the question was also about the model of schools coming to these institutions rather than the institutions going to schools. Is that right? Okay.
To have people outside where we go and do outreach and then bring them back here, like we've got a conference here today, you're going to get cultural diversity that steps inside of that if you go to the local schools.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Great. We've probably got room for one more question. One more burning question. Is that no?
Thank you.
Great. Hi.
So I'm from Open Eye Gallery in Liverpool, and we're doing a lot of international work with museums and galleries, specifically in Kenya, but also in West Africa as well. And we're interested in how we actively learn from people, specifically in the global north, in terms of who's affected first and worst and the most, and looking at their resilience and thinking about how we can learn from them a bit more actively. I think a lot of us, or most of us, would agree that there is no climate justice without racial justice, and thinking about what is the legacy of these projects that we're working on. So do you have any thoughts or ideas or projects where you have been actively learning from people from very different backgrounds or different perspectives, or who are experiencing things in a way that we haven't yet experienced for ourselves?
Great question. Okay, anything spring to mind? I've got one, but you go.
Just quickly, there's this concept called the trans apocalypse by Alex Steffen, and it just reminded me to tell you about it because it's an interesting idea, which is this notion that the climate crisis is now getting to a stage where the apocalypse is affecting people in so many random areas and times. So, you know, we're now seeing forest fires, you know, in the north, you know, which was an area thought to be safe, and with the extraordinary floods in Australia right now. So there's this combination of people being strongly affected in both the global north and the global south. But that's not to, but also we have to recognize that the invisible, you know, the invisible and unspoken effects on the people in the global south that have been going on for decades. And just quickly to mention that in Climate Museum UK, we have a project called Extreme Weather Stories, which is something we've started, but we would like funding for, which is about capturing the stories of people experiencing extreme weather. So, yeah.
I'm afraid I don't have anything much to offer, so I'll just pass it back to you.
Oh, okay. No, all I was going to mention was just some work that colleagues been doing. So we have a curator of Indigenous perspectives who runs an Indigenising speaker series and has been really working with Indigenous climate activists and bringing people together from across Manchester and museums to have conversations with them, and actually then also alongside that running an Indigenous gardening programme with local schools, so taking some of that learning and working with school children in Manchester, and that's had a real sense of kind of connectedness and really shaping certainly some of our galleries and work. So that's just one off the top of my head. Okay, I wanted to just add, and hopefully this isn't a negative place to add. I suppose I just wanted to add, with a bit of a conversation coming back to something you said, Bridget, was about climate anxiety and grief and action. And in part it's because for me, some of the most inspiring people that I've worked with in the last year, particularly two women who I'm going to mention, called Pooja Kishnani and Marion Smith, who are both students, who have written, I think, a fantastic student guide to climate grief and action here in Manchester. But actually talking to them and lots of other students about some of the really key issues as far as they're concerned and what they would like to see museums and cultural institutions really grappling with. And one that came back loud and clear was actually really to understand how we could be a space to think and feel together about what the future might be. So I suppose I kind of wanted to ask a question about how hopeful you feel, and whether you really think we are fulfilling or have the potential even to fulfill a role that becomes a space to really explore that kind of grief and hopefully encourage action.
I think I want to pick on that last thing because I think the anxiety and the grief is very important and very real, but we mustn't let it end there. We do need to transform that into action, anger if necessary, that leads to action or whatever it may be, because otherwise there's a risk of actually encouraging and not offering the solution to that, and I think that's really important. I am hopeful. I'm a sort of long-term pessimist and a short-term optimist. I always think we're all doomed, but I get up in the morning and think we can make it better. And I do think that the feeling, I spent the last 10 years or so doing this, and it's really been the best 10 years of my life. A bit like Alison was saying earlier, I've met more interesting people, I've had more intelligent discussions, I've felt I've achieved more in the last 10 years than I have whenever I was a theatre director. And I do feel hopeful that we are making significant change, sort of significant bit by bit, but actually things have changed enormously over the last 10 years. And I think we are able to provide people with opportunities for action. And I do think it's really important that we provide those opportunities for action. We enable and we empower people to take action. And this is a lens, climate change, climate justice is a lens to so many other things. It opens up a whole range of discussions which we've talked about around equalities and certainly inclusion. So I think it provides all sorts of opportunities for people to get involved and to become empowered.
Right, Bridget.
So, yeah, I share your feeling in a way. There is a conundrum that if I didn't have hope, I wouldn't be doing the work every day that had the greatest capacity to drain my hope by the end of the day. It's like, it is like Groundhog Day. It's like, and Rebecca Solnit writes really well about the nature of hope in disastrous times. That it's actually more about, knowing that you're still alive and that there is work to be done. So my hope is there really. It's in the energy that it gives me to do this work. But yeah, I would mention the word post-utopian, but you'll have to read about it. That's for a whole other discussion.
Hilary.
Yeah, by nature, I've always been a bit of a relentless optimist. And I think that's been really challenged over the last 10 years. I'm not sure. Hope is an interesting word. I think because the future doesn't exist. I was reading just the other day, the future doesn't exist yet. And everything we do is making it. So I might have a vision of my own of what the future could be like. I think it's unlikely to ever be as fantastic as my vision could be. But I'm determined because everything you do now might make it somewhere nearer to that. And I guess that's where I am. I'm determined and I'm not deterred. And I agree with everything you've said about it being the most interesting, inspiring, fascinating, energizing thing to keep doing, even if you do feel a bit.
Can I just add something there? We've emitted more greenhouse gases since the Rio summit in 1992 than humans emitted prior to all of that. So prior to that, so all those centuries before that, we were causing emissions. But actually, the real problem has arisen really since the 80s and so on. So the real problem has arisen in a very short time. We can change that for the better in a very short time, but it does mean we really need to work very hard. Because we work very hard at emitting lots of carbon emissions over the last 40 years. We can work very hard at really changing how it is over the next 40. So that's the bit that does give me hope. Actually, the problem can be solved, but we've got to get to it.
Great. So from a determined, sometimes maybe a bit delusional, I mean that as a real compliment, panel, I hope that's given a bit of a sense of how the world looks from your perspective, but also maybe highlighted some of the things that we need to do more of and highlight particularly when we next meet again. So thank you.
Thank you to everyone there. We do have a scheduled break now, but we're slightly ahead of time and I've just conferred with some of my organisers. And we think, actually, it might be better just to go straight into the plenary now so that if people want to go after that, they can go, or you can have your coffee and chat afterwards, rather than you leaving the room, chatting, and then being dragged back for a final plenary. So we'll carry on. We can make this plenary session as long or as short as you like. First of all, really just opening up, saying, are there any particular observations, questions, or next steps that anybody would like to put forward? And then I've just got a few fairly random thoughts myself for next steps. So, but over to you, first of all, any thoughts? Yes, Paul. Yeah.
So I'll kickstart this, Nick. I've got maybe some three broad themes and takeaways, I guess, and the sort of paradox between how our sector has, through necessity, had to grow, particularly over the last 2 decades, and that's direct conflict with doing less, which is the only way that we're going to be able to have a positive impact on the climate change agenda. And then linked to that, though, is the reason that we're probably needing to do more is because of our funding model. And that's the key driver for much of the activity that seems to have the most detrimental impact on the climate. So that's that's one observation. Observation number two is how we are the authors of some of our own. We can create solutions. We are the. Well, trying to phrase this better. If we change our own rules, and then we can have a bigger and better impact. And in particular, I'm thinking about, and we've discussed this, the environmental controls that we have in some of our museums. There are choices. If we make different choices around those environmental controls, then we can have a bigger impact. And actually, again, linked to that is our own rules and guidelines with regards to lending and sharing. And actually, there are rules, so we have the choice to change those rules and be more generous with the way that we share our objects, particularly around the UK. And I'm thinking particularly for the national museums that are not particularly generous, if I'm honest, with our partners and colleagues in some of the regional museums where it would make more of a difference. And then the last one is I'm sorry, Simon, but I just think your words really struck a chord with me about, are we paying just a little bit too much respect to our heritage to the detriment of our ability to make positive changes to our estates and buildings that would actually have a meaningful change in terms of energy consumption? It's part of the reason why I asked that question to Richard, really, is that at the end was just because that just felt like massive estate growth, and I just felt that was in conflict. So I'll stop speaking, but they're my sort of three key broad themes and takeaways.
Thank you. Very useful. Any other thoughts? Okay, a few thoughts from me. I can see people, there's a gradual drift outwards, so we won't prolong this too long. I think really the thing I would like to just sort of share with you and see what you think is practical next steps. I think first of all, this conference has shown that there is a real need and appetite. It feels like the right thing at the right time. So I think one of the things that we will go away, when I say we, I mean I think the organisers and the NMDC executive will go away and think about when we might meet again. And we could have solved this over several times, so that I think we might need to think of a bigger venue or a wider participation next time. We also need to be more joined up. And one of the good things about this conference is that it has begun some of that joining up. NMDC has clearly a role. GCC, Gallery Climate Coalition, and PACT, its wider sort of international coalition. Plus Tate Network is kind of doing stuff in parallel, and we need to try and bring all of this action together, I think, and there are others. And we can use the NMDC is quite useful because it brings together the national museums, galleries, and regional ones as well. We can use our convening power, and particularly the fact that we've got the national museums have quite a lot of influence and clout to lobby for change. I think I will put forward the idea that there is a statement, a declaration made by this conference retrospectively about the need for greater government action. Now, I don't anticipate this will lead to revolutionary change, but I think actually, because of what a number of people have said about actually we are trusted, there is a big influence that museums have, even though we're a small sector, that we should say something. We also, of course, need to lobby for funding, particularly for things like retrofitting buildings. It's really hard to find money to put double glazing on and do insulation because it's not heritage collections and so on. So there's some really fundamental things we all know will make a big impact that we can't do at the moment. So we must shout louder about that. And actually, we had a useful discussion on one of the tables I was on about the role of funders. I'm not talking about government funders here, which are more reluctant probably, but BFI, National Lottery Heritage Fund, Arts Council, etc., we think should be more demanding of their grant giving to try and push the environmental agenda along. Because one thing we do pay attention to is money and what the demands of money are. And we think actually our funders need to be tougher to accelerate change. We need action at all scales. One of the things we talk about is museums as institutions of the long term. Now, clearly, there's urgent action needing to be undertaken now. There's lots and lots of guidance there. We probably need some shorter guides to the guidance so that people don't get lost in all of the morass of information that's often replicated. But we also, as we heard from Richard, we need to take a long-term view. You know, we can, as institutions of the long term, say, what are we going to do this year, but also what's going to take 30 years? I rather liked his look at the long-term building costs over 100 years, say. There's some interesting long-term models that would be appropriate for us as organisations. And I think once things that become clear to me, it's probably blindingly obvious to many of you already, is that one of the difficulties of change at the moment is that, of course, we're in a transition. And, of course, you know, the transition is one of the big issues that everybody's talking about. But for museums and galleries specifically, I think we haven't really thought through what this transition means. Because we talk about a post-industrial age, but we are acting in our institutions and more widely in society, but in museums and galleries, as if we're still in the industrial age. You know, we can still more or less do the same growth model that's based on industrial capitalism. And the reason it's so difficult is it's so difficult to change, because you've got to change the model, but you're also trying to do all the things that keep you afloat financially. So there's kind of a huge lump of transition, and I don't have any answers, but that, I think, is one of the bits of treacle in the machinery that's stopping us. Okay, those are my own thoughts. We will take this on, and you know, probably the next thing you'll see is a call to a conference, perhaps in the autumn. Whether we'll be able to get such good speakers again, I don't know. We may even ask some people just to repeat to a larger audience. But anyway, do also get back with your own feedback. If you've been taking notes on your tables, please do email them to Bethany Reynard. And I think finally, all I have to do is thank some people. Thanks particularly to Beth Reynard from National Museums Directors Council. And her colleagues at NMDC, Susie, Catherine and Eke. Thanks also to my other co-organiser, Esme, who's done a brilliant job of organising everything here. And to also all the people on the ground here at the Whitworth and colleagues at the Manchester Museum who've made everything happen. So Hannah and Adam and the catering and events teams here at the Whitworth, Olivia, all the Manchester Museum staff, the people who volunteered from the museum and the Whitworth to do the Carbon Literacy Lounge. Fantastic, really hard amount of work that's gone in to make all that happen, and the tours and so on. And the media services team here, who, apart from a rogue microphone, have made everything happen really smoothly. So thanks to everybody. Thanks for coming. I think everyone's found this a really enjoyable and inspiring thing, and it's been great to be back together speaking in person. Have a safe and sustainable journey home. Thank you.